away, not too close to the cars.
Aren't they lovely? Aren't they glorious, though?
These will be your transports for the afternoon.
No drivers.
No drivers. But they're electric. They run on this track in the middle of the roadway here. Totally non-polluting, top of the line. Spared no expense.
It's an interactive CD-ROM.
Lex, darling, you're all right in there. Dr. Sattler, come with me. Dr. Grant, come in the second car.
Hold on to your butts.
Join the future, right?
The voice you're now hearing?
A paleontologist.
We spared no expense.
Yeah, shout out to InGen for this remote gig. I really appreciate the $10 Amazon gift card. It's going to help keep food on my table. Now anyway, because of coronavirus, I couldn't come out and meet you, but I'm sure you lucky folks are going to have a lovely weekend out on the island. Especially you, lawyer guy. I'm sure you're going to have a great time. Anyway, the folks at InGen have asked me to offer a paleontologist perspective on the dinosaurs you're about to see. And so, let's get into it. Now, it looks like Dilophosaurus is our first dinosaur on the tour.
Dilophosaurus?
Dilophosaurus is from about 193 million years ago, the early Jurassic period. That makes it one of, I guess, only 2 dinosaurs you'll see in Jurassic Park that are actually from the Jurassic. I guess they thought Cretaceous Park just didn't sound as catchy. But you know, it would have been more accurate, because 5 of the 7 dinosaurs you're about to see all hail from the Cretaceous.
I really
last
hate
period
that, man.
in the age of dinosaurs. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. How's everybody doing? So good to see all of you here. And, shoot, I've got to readjust my camera again. It is making me look super red. So let me take care of that real quick. Let's see. Figure video. They just redid this, too. I was testing earlier, it was fine. Let's try about like that. Alright. Anyway, hello everyone, and welcome to Paleontologizing. If it is your first time here, whether you're watching this live or whether you're watching the VOD later on, whether you're watching this on YouTube later, it's great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about my own science, I go out and dig up dinosaurs across the American West with various museums. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them, and now I talk about them to you here on Twitch 5 days a week, on weekdays. So if that sort of thing sounds interesting to you, or if you happen to have any questions about dinosaurs, about natural history, about fossils, about evolution and extinction, and this grand pageant of life on our incredible planet, don't be shy with those questions. Bring them right up. That's the bread and butter of our broadcasts here, so like I said, don't be shy. That's what I'm here for. Today we're going to have kind of a laid-back stream. I don't have a lot planned for the day. I actually just got home a little while ago. I got up super early this morning, like 3 a.m. this morning. And, yeah, and spent some time in the city with a friend of mine I hadn't seen in a while, and yeah, just got back a little while ago, so today should be a nice chill stream, I think. But before we get into that, probably some dinosaur deep dives and that kind of thing. We might look at some videos. Before we do any of that, though, I'm going to go through chat real quick, say hello to everybody, and we'll see who's here. Jody Fish, how are you doing? You were here long before I even started. Good afternoon to you too, Jody Fish. Kodali, what's shaking with you? Good to see you, Kodali. Layer T, hello. I hope all is well. And let's see. Blonde Bean has returned to us as well. How are you doing, Blonde Bean? Welcome, welcome. A truck horn? Hello, hello. A truck horn. I got a package in the mail from you today. So thank you for that. It says from a truck horn. I'm excited to show it off. I'll be able to use that. Golganek, how are you doing? Great to see you. Always great to see you, Golganek. Hope you're doing well. And Spencer Vespino, or rather Spencer Vespino, 3-4. Hello to you too, Spencer Vespino. Not sure I've seen your name here before, but welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Are you still here? Let me know. Travel the world. I did check my whispers, and I got that package from you. Thank you, Travel. I'll show that off in a little while too, once I get done with the greetings here. Maskling, how are you doing? Great to see you. I hope you're doing well, Maskling. And Claire Burr, I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're ready for the weekend, Claire. It's good to see you too. Glad you could make it. You're almost always here, Claire, and I appreciate that. You know how much I appreciate you, Claire. But I still like to say it. I'm glad you could make it today too. It's good to see you. Yeah. And who else do we have got? Rack Double O and Fart. Raccoon Fart. How are you? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. And Rob Suey has returned to us also. How you doing, Rob Suey? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you here. Glad you could drop by today. Hope you've been doing well. And Eagle Star Trucker says all animals are bug because we have mandibular bones. It's the same name, but it's not the same structure, Eagle Star Trucker. Like, human jaws are actually, like, modified from the, like, pharyngeal structure in our fish ancestors, so it's completely different from the mandibles of, for instance, terrestrial insects, beetles and stuff like that. Completely different structure. Yeah, we can talk about that in a little bit if you'd like to, but we are not bugs. Actually, as far as I know, the word bug, that word actually has a more technical definition within entomology. I think bugs, true bugs, as they're sometimes called, are insects with sucking mouth parts. Things like aphids. It's the only example I can think of right now. Remind me in a little bit when I get down to the bottom of chat, and we can look at this in earnest if you'd like to see. But there's a lot going on there, for sure. Yeah. Balint is here. Sci-Ant Streams. How are you doing, Balint? Welcome, welcome. I hope all is well. Balint, I was watching your... Well, let me see if you're here first. And then I'll recount a story, because I caught a short portion of your stream last night, I believe. It really made me laugh, Balint. It's great to have you here. If anybody's not yet following Sci-Ant Streams, Balint and his wife Lita are doing really important science outreach here on this platform. Make sure you're following them. Always a chill time. I always learn something every time I watch. And that's about the highest praise you can give, right? So yeah. Arle, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Arle. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Who else have we got? Nightbot, Invisible Dimensions. Hello, hello, Invisible Dimensions. How are you doing? Hope all is well. Origin TT has returned to us. Welcome back, Origin. Good to see you. I'm glad you could join us today. Yeah. And Orchestran is back too. How are you doing, Orchestran? How are things? I'm glad you could make it. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
It's Marvin, your cousin Marvin Berry.
Anne Marie. Thank you, Anne Marie K. Author, for that fresh new sound. I really appreciate that.
And
Welcome back
has a new sound for their 4 listeners.
to Paleontologizing. How did your stream go, Anne? I hope it was really good. What did you get up to? Tell me about it. Yeah, thank you for bringing your viewers here, and I hope you're doing well. Just doing some greetings right now. I'm still trying to make my way down through chat, almost down to the bottom. Maddie Holmes, hi to you too. Welcome back, Maddie Holmes. Hello, Oscar Juniors. Great to see you. Looking at my view count right here, it says there's 3 people watching. 3 viewers is what it says. Something tells me that might not be correct. check here on the Twitch dashboard. Refresh, and that says 68. Okay. Anyway, yeah. It looks like there's more than 3 people here. You know, I'm not a math guy, but still. Thora, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Good to see you here. Lao17P, how are you doing? Welcome back. Yeah. And, Maddie Holmes is my friend last night. Was super impressed with your stream and style last night. I'm flattered, Maddie Holmes. Wow. Well, tell your friend that, but tell them that I'm flattered, I guess. I don't know. Thank you, Maddie Holmes. I appreciate the compliment. T-Mat Tricks. I know we are near fishes. T-Mat Tricks, we're descended. All tetrapod animals are descended from fishes. I can show you in a little bit. Yeah.
Jump!
And Anne-Marie. There.
Your cousin Marvin Barry. You know that new sound?
Do you know what time it is? Why are you calling it this hour? Anne-Marie, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome back. Again, I hope you had a really good stream. Yeah. Maskling says, I'm physically recoiling at the thought of an insect sucking mouth parts. You know, all different creatures have got different adaptations to do what they do, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Casper, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day, too. It's good to see you, Casper. Glad you could join us. Yeah. And, let's see. And, let's see. Oh, your name is Claire in the real... Oh, very cool. Thora? Very nice. Yeah. Yusef Official, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't think I've seen your name here before. Hope I said it right. Is it Yusef? Yosef? Yusef, thank you for saying hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Very not correct, lol, says Anne-Marie. Yeah, the view count, it fluctuates. It went up to 67 and now it's back at 2 again. I don't know what's up with that. But yeah. Assassin bugs, says Claire Burr. Oh, is it assassin bugs rather than aphids that have the sucking mouth parts? We'll see about that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's, here. It's as fine a way as any to start some science on today's stream. Let's take a look at the good old tree of life right here. And first of all, let's look up us. Homo sapiens. We're gonna jump way down there to our particular branch on the animal family tree, within Mammalia, within Placenta, within Primata primates, and within Homininae, the great apes, and the, yeah. So there's us right there.
Fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Yusef Official, thank you for that Prime sub. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you kindly. Yeah. That's good stuff. I know you only get one of those per month. Thank you for spending it here, Yusef. I really do appreciate that. And as you can see, we are now on our way to our sub goal for the day. 1 out of 35. Let's see if we can get there. Since I do this full time, this, believe it or not, is how I make my living nowadays. So every last sub like that makes a difference. And so thank you for making a difference, Yusuf. I appreciate you. Thank you for the hearts, Yusuf. Yeah. And amorphous trousers. Would I be the first to say you're the Commander Riker of paleontology? I appreciate that as a compliment, Amorphous. You're not the first, though. I'd be lying if I said you were the first. We've got a list, actually. Because sometimes new people come in and they, yeah. That's like their first comment. Is they'll say, Danny, you look like some character from a film or a celebrity or something. So here's our running list right here. And, yeah, Riker from Star Trek right there. Yeah. Hey, Blonde Bean, how are you doing? Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah. And Sharp Ears, Invisible Dimensions, that is indeed the song. You have a little lean to you? That's not what's... This isn't lean, Moosey Fate, in here. Sorry to disappoint. But yeah. Anyway, Aditya, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. And lean to the side. Moosey Fate, well, actually in my office everything is lean to the side, and I adjust the camera so that everything looks like it's straight up. But I'm at about a 45-degree angle right now. Proud Slime Dad, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I'm afraid I'm not as tall as, what's the actor's name? Frakes, right? Jonathan Frakes. I can't do that thing where he, like, steps over the chair. Can I find you? There's got to be like a clip compilation of this, right? I don't know much about Star Trek, but I know that. Riker sits down. Here we go. Yeah, he just like steps over the back of the chair like that. Yeah. I'm not that tall, you know? Frakes has a bad back. Is that right, Delta Rain? Well, I do not. At least not yet. Yeah. Yeah, the Riker maneuver, says Clever. And Trek Nerd says the Riker maneuver. There you go. Just steps over the back of the chair. I need to get a lower chair, because I cannot do that with this. I suppose I could jump over it. Got a decent vertical, but it's not the same as this, you know? Watch. Just right over the... Looks like he's mounting a horse, you know? Yeah. Anyway, I can't do that. Oh, yeah. Maybe he has to lean like that just so that he stays in frame, because he's so tall.
Appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Thank you for those bits, Blonde Bean. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your support. That means a lot. That's why he's always leaning on stuff. Oh, because he has a bad back? Really? I do tend to lean against things if I'm standing, but yeah, if I'm waiting for a train or, you know, waiting for the bus, waiting in line for something, I'll lean to the side. Yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about? We're talking about where we belong on the grand tree of life right here. There's humans, and we belong to this group that we call tetrapods. There we go. And this is where our branch links up with that of fish. Is down here. Tetrapods. Yeah. So our jaws are not homologous with the... Even though, you know, the human jawbone is called a mandible. It's what we call it in mammals. It's the mandible bone. It's a little bit more complex in non-mammalian tetrapods because there's more bones at the back. It's kind of a long story. The bones that used to be at the back of our jaw have been shunted up into our inner ear. And those are the hammer, the incus, and the... hammer... Incus, malleus, and stapes, the hammer and anvil, and whatever the other thing is. I forget their common names, but the actual ear bones, the malleus, the incus, and the stapes. Those are actually the remnants of bones that used to be in the back of mammal ancestors' jaws. Anyway, but our jaws, as tetrapods, these critters here, are like modified gill arches of fishes. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. There you go, Moosey Fate, yeah. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Yeah. Anyway. Do I have a clip about that? I betcha I do. I bet you there's a Your Inner Fish clip about this. Here we go. Good old pubs. PBS. I'm gonna see if I can find that part. Although, you know what? Shoot. That's... Oh, that's in the other one. That's in Your Inner Reptile, isn't it? Yeah, let's find that. Episode 2. Here we go. We can actually, like, basically see part of the evolution of our jaws and ears and stuff like that in some remarkable fossils. So let me get that queued up. Let's adjust our volume so you can actually hear it.
And with every change, they became more and more like mammals.
There we go.
But there was one more critical change that helped complete the transition to mammals. And it enriches our lives today.
Oh, the closed captions are not.
The hearing anatomy of mammals is unique. You won't find ear flaps on any reptile. Our ears are extremely sensitive, allowing us to pick up a wide range of sounds. From high-pitched squeaks to low-distance calls.
Okay.
And the secret of their incredible sensitivity lies in the tiniest bones in our body.
Turn those captions off. Being a nuisance.
These are the 3 bones of our middle ear.
That's what I was telling you about, yeah.
People have these 3 bones that sit inside the skull. And what they do is they form a little lever system that turns the vibration of air into sound that our nervous system can perceive. We, like all mammals, have 3 of these bones in our middle ear, but reptiles only have 1.
These 2 extra bones, the
Claire,
malleus and incus,
you can keep the first one, Claire.
Sounds that reach our eardrum. Which is one reason why our hearing is so much better than reptiles.
Ooh, Masculine wants to know, what are rodent-like mammals called? It depends what kind. I mean, rodents themselves are a very specific group of mammals. Here, let's find rodents here. Rodentia. There are lots and lots of critters that your average person would look at and go, oh yeah, that looks like a rodent. And it's not a rodent. Rodents, this group right here, includes rats and mice and squirrels and voles, kangaroo rats. There's quite a few species. This is like, shoot. This is like a third of all mammal species are rodents today. Yeah, very speciose group. Because they're small, they don't need a lot of habitat, they can speciate pretty rapidly, they evolve very quickly, they've got very quick generational times. Like, after being born, a mouse or a rat, they could start having babies pretty quickly afterward. Real quick turnaround there, which means they can evolve really quickly. Yeah, but there's lots of other critters that you would probably think of as, like, rodent-like that are not rodents at all. Like, sengis are a good example. These critters are much more closely related to elephants. But sengis here, also called elephant shrews, they are nowhere close to rodents. This animal is much more closely related to an elephant or to a manatee than it is to a mouse or a rat. These critters are much more closely related to manatees and dugongs than to mice. And I can show you. If we zoom out a little bit here, there's aardvarks, and there's manatees right there. And anyway, this is a long way from mice, you know? Yeah, they're way over there. There's an edible dormouse? I don't know. know if I'd want to try it, but yeah. Anywho, yeah. So there's lots of different rodent... I guess it depends on what you mean by rodent-like, Masculine. Do you mean just small, squeaky little mammals? Do you mean things that superficially look like mice? Yeah. And yeah, Masculine... Oh, so you're talking about, like, Mesozoic mammals. Well, shoot. There's this famous group of prehistoric little mammal-y guys that are not rodents, called multis. Multituberculates. These guys are not mammals. Not at all. They're nowhere close to, or they're not rodents, excuse me. Not rodents. They're nowhere close to rodents. They're a different group of mammals entirely. They're now extinct. These guys are pretty common during the age of the dinosaurs. You see one here during the Cretaceous period. And look at those weird teeth in the back of its mouth right there. They had these really bizarre, like, cutting, shearing teeth back there. You know, like, really, really strange. Multituberculates. There's a multi-skull right there. And check out this weird shearing premolar. I think it's their P4, maybe? That shearing premolar there. Really bizarre. It's like a... Yeah, jaws like scissors, almost. Just really weird. Multituberculates. Yeah. There you go. There's a skull right there, too. Yeah. Multituberculates. We've got these really, really weirdo teeth there. So, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Anywho. And there you go. Yeah, Captain Lemmy tree shrews. Yes, they're eucharontids, aren't they? Captain Lemmy tree shrews are not related to rodents either. They're closer to primates. Yeah. That's a fuzzy Beverly Shear. There you go, PX Sharon, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Multituberculates. I wonder if there are any YouTube videos in existence about these?
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered. Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
It's very true. And Amorphous Trousers, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh. Well, my goodness, I didn't realize it, but we've got a little video from the University of California Museum of Paleontology. This is kind of where I got my start as a paleontologist. This guy is going to tell us about multis, I guess. Let's see what he has to say about them. I don't know if I know this guy, but this is the museum that I worked in when I was in high school. It's just down the road from me in Berkeley, California. And this is the back collections here. These are these big compactors that I was trying to tell you about the other day, where, you know, there are these wheels here, and you turn them, and then it moves these great big compactors like that, big old moving shelves. And then there's big doors on it, and then just tons and tons of drawers inside with thousands upon thousands upon thousands of fossils. And these are little glass vials here with little cork stoppers on them. And glued to a little pin on each of these cork stoppers is a tiny little mammal tooth or a mammal jaw, and he's going to tell you about them.
My name's Luke Weaver. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Washington, studying with Greg Wilson in the biology department there. I was able to come down to the UCMP.
So I used to dig with Greg Wilson in Greg Wilson's cruise in the Hell Creek. Greg Wilson's a mammal guy, so it makes sense that this guy, one of his students, is a mammal guy too.
In the biology department there. I was able to come down to the UCMP thanks to the Samuel P. Endorso Wells Fund.
He got the Wells Fund grant. Very, very nice. Samuel P. Wells is the guy who dug up and named Dilophosaurus. We've talked about Samuel P. Wells before. He didn't discover Dilophosaurus, but he did name Dilophosaurus, scientifically describe it. Yeah, Samuel P. Wells. Good guy. Good guy. Yeah.
And so that funded my travel and my stay to the collections. And my reason for coming was that the UCMP has one of the best collections of fossil mammals from what's known as the Judithian time period. So I'm describing a fauna from an
Campanian stage.
Early late Cretaceous locality, and then some really nice complete material of multituberculate specimens from.
I love that closed captioner. Multituberculate. It gets turned into Walter to percolate.
Some really nice complete material of multituberculate specimens from a locality that's coeval with this Judith River material. It's the Two Medicine Formation, and we have some like
Two Medicine Formation home to Maiasaura, who we were talking about the other day.
Skeletons and skulls and dentitions of multituberculate that I'll be describing there. So my reasoning for coming here was both to compare the Judith material to those materials, and then also to take different linear measurements on different aspects of the teeth.
Super tiny!
Characteristics of their morphology to help a broader
Mesozoic
project,
mammals.
aiming to understand the relationships between some of the earliest groups of the multituberculates that later in the Cretaceous go on to be the most dominant, both in number of species and as far as
much as Mesozoic mammals can be dominant.
Later Cretaceous and into the early Paleogene as well.
But yeah.
So basically measuring teeth and taking lots of notes and pictures as well. So basically...
Sensinoshi, thank you for the raid. What a hot new sound there, Sensinoshi. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you for joining us. Tell me about what you got up to. I'd like to hear about it. Doing something called Elite: Dangerous. Wow. Sounds,
Ontogeny.
Executive Storm. Thank you for the 29 months of support. Holy cow. Well, Executive Storm, you're the first one to ever trigger that new alert. Congrats. Thank you so much for the 29 months of support. Holy cow. Yeah. Very, very cool. Executive Storm. Thank you for supporting me for this long. Sensinoshi, thank you for bringing your viewers here, and I hope it was a really good stream. Stream is good, says Sensinoshi. Nice. It's a space game. Very nice. Yeah. And you love that alert? I think I might actually have... Let's see if this works, but I think I... Is that on here? Let's try that. There we go.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, I guess I gotta push the button to stop it from doing that. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, very cool. So I'm glad you liked that. Glad you liked that. Anyway, this is not necessarily the most enthralling video, and he's just kind of talking. Is there even a picture? I guess here's some multi... Yeah, well... These critters, multituberculates with their weirdo teeth, they are unlike just about any other mammal that's ever lived, as far as I know. I don't think any living species have that kind of teeth. Argagubbin, no, I don't think so. I think multis, once they went extinct, that's it. For that style of tooth, you know? Never again. Yeah. Here, we'll let him talk about this a little bit more.
Multituberculate mammals, they're the longest lived order of mammals. They show up in the fossil record of about the middle Jurassic, and they persist until the end of the Eocene, so a span of about 166 to 35 million years.
Holy cow, wow. So these critters are around for like 130 million years. That's nuts. This is the longest lived order of mammals. I didn't know that. Today they're completely gone. They go extinct at the end of the Eocene, I guess, after the end of the Age of Dinosaurs. So somehow they managed to squeak their way through the Age of Dinosaurs and squeak their way through the big extinction event because of that asteroid. And then they just kind of quietly go extinct at the end of the Eocene. Like, shoot, what happened at the end of the Eocene that would knock these guys out? That's strange. When I say Eocene, let me show you what I mean. Let's pull up the International Chronostratigraphic Chart here. Switch to linear time. Here in blue, the Mesozoic era, this is the age of dinosaurs. Again, dinosaurs first evolved right about here. Dinosaurs go strong until the very end of here, and then the end of that green is when the asteroid hits. The end of the Cretaceous, 66 million years ago. See that 66 right there? Yeah, right here. So multis evolve in the Jurassic, it seems. And then they're going strong. They make it through the asteroid impact event. And then they die out at the end of the Eocene. About halfway through the age of mammals so far. I love showing it in linear time like this because this will actually give you proportionally how long these different time periods are. If we switch to no scaling, it's like, well, shoot. It kind of squishes everything together. You don't really get a good sense for time there. But linear time, everything's proportional. You see how much longer just the Cretaceous period is than the entire Cenozoic era, the entire age of mammals so far. Or age of birds, depending on how you want to look at it. But yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff. Do you think the rise of rodents impacted them? It very well could have, Maskling. Maybe they got outcompeted by rodents. Or maybe the rise of the rodents was impelled by the extinction of the multituberculates. Or maybe it's a little column A, a little column B. We'll see. Yeah. Anyway, can I share a link to that graph? Yeah, I think we've got a command for it, don't we? Time scale, maybe? If we don't, we need one. Here. Time. There you go. Thank you, Claire Burr. Yes. That's it right there. And, once you get to that, make sure you click linear time right here. Because if we go to no scaling, look how long the age of mammals looks. It looks roughly the same as the entire Mesozoic, but nope. Turns out just the Cretaceous period, just this right here, is longer than the entire age of mammals. You wouldn't know it. Looking at that, you gotta go to linear time, where everything's proportional. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. So anyway, can add scale to it if you like. Claire, unfortunately when you click this, it doesn't change the URL. So it's not a different page. You just have to click linear time every time. You gotta make sure you do that. So yeah. Anyway. Let's, feel like we're making sure we eat our vegetables here. Let's talk some more about these multituberculates before we get into some dinosaur goodness, shall we? Yeah.
And what they're characterized by these really funky teeth. So they have molars that have a bunch of little bumps arranged in kind of longitudinal rows, and they have a big fourth premolar on their lower jaw that is shaped kind of like a buzzsaw. So multituberculate literally means.
Oh boy, Jacob Neon. Thank you. Thank you, Jacob Neon.
_Neon is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that. Thank you for your support. That means a lot to me. Thank you, Jacob. Excellent. Yeah. Oscar Jr.'s and Ulrich's Gaming got gift subs there with 3 other people. Excellent. That makes me really happy. Thank you for your support, Jacob Neon. It means a lot to me. It really does. And look, we're at 7 out of 35. 1/5 of the way there. 1/5 is 20%. We are 20% of the way to our sub goal. Thank you, Jacob Neon, for helping us get there. That's excellent. Yeah. Nice. Happy to support. I'm happy to receive your support, Jacob Neon. Thank you. 20% is almost a year. 20% of 5 years is almost a year, isn't it, Jacob Neon? Yeah. Thank you, Jacob Dion.
Yeah. Multiple tubercles, so many bumps, essentially. They're an extinct lineage, so they were by far the most abundant and diverse group of mammals in the late Cretaceous, but they're now extinct. Their closest relatives is often debated, and so multituberculates are essentially sitting phylogenetically between the placentals and marsupials, which we call Therian mammals, and the monotremes. So they're kind of in between there, and there's a bunch of other Mesozoic mammal groups which kind of fall on that gradient between.
So they're kind of between platypus and all other mammals. Hang on a minute, a truck horn. Holy cow, truck horn. Thank you kindly.
_truck_horn really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Really appreciate that, truck horn. Thank you very, very much. That is excellent. It really is. Yeah, appreciate you, truck horn. By the way, I got something in the mail from you today. When we're done with this video, I'll show that off. Thank you kindly, Truckhorn. I appreciate your support. You go above and beyond, and that... You're one of the reasons that we can do these streams in the first place, you know? So thank you very much for that. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Here, let's get through with the rest of this video. So he's talking about multituberculates and how they're kind of in between, like... between monotreme mammals, echidnas and platypus, and all the rest of mammals. So they're like kind of in between there, which is interesting. Oh my goodness. Executive Storm. I'm afraid your generosity might have overloaded our Tinamu here. I'm gonna start backing slowly away. I'd advise you take cover.
Executive Storm is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Executive Storm. Holy moly. Thank you kindly. And don't worry about the bird. I'm sure he's fine. Thank you, Executive Storm. Holy moly. We're at 22 out of 35 now. It's like almost 2/3 of the way there. I'd say about 63%, something like that. Somebody check my math. Thank you, Executive Storm. Thank you, Truckhorn, and thank you, Jacob Neon. That's brilliant. It really is. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Lenina. Thank you kindly. All right, nice. Here, let me make a note, Lenina, so I can get that done after stream. There we go. Yeah, you were hoping for some songs, Executive Storm? Well, if we get to a level 5 hype train, I'll play you some ukulele songs. We'll see if we get there. Yeah. We're 62% of the way to a level 4. And all we gotta do after that is get to a level 5. And yeah. Then we're there. Yeah. And Jinxed Arts is working on a fawn skeleton. Interesting, Jinxed Art. We're gonna be working on a baby Triceratops skeleton on Tuesday. A fawn skeleton. Are you, you're like mounting it in life position, Jinxed Art?
And gratitude.
Very
Thank
cool.
you very much to the 100 bits.
Thank you, Trek Nerd, for those 100 bits. Thank you. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. And Clouds, I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? Welcome back. Jinxed Art. Am I very forgetful, or did you change your name recently? Or both? Could be both. Could always be both. Yeah. And Drucifer says happy Friday the 13th. It is Friday the 13th, isn't it? Well. Lucky day for us. Yeah. Here, let's finish up this multi-tuberculate video. And then I'll show off some of the cool stuff that very generous viewers and supporters have sent to me. Take a look.
Living groups. So what you're looking at when you see these seas of...
Oh, boy. I had to, like, label a whole bunch of these back when I volunteered at the museum. What you're looking at, these are mammal teeth inside of these vials. So each one of these corks has a little V number right there. And the V number is the locality number. V stands for vertebrate. And then you have the locality number, and underneath is the specimen number. So every single one of these in here might have the same locality number. In this case, it's V81234. V81234, V1. Yeah, this whole box is going to be all the same locality number, and these have to be meticulously written by hand. Oh, man. I did this for like a whole summer one time. And then you've got the specimen number underneath, and usually these specimen numbers are unique. So yeah. Anyway, he's going to explain all this, I'm sure.
Corks is basically, they're the backsides of pinned teeth. So Mesozoic mammals, as a rule, are very small.
Yep.
And so the best way to be able to observe the morphology...
So that's the tooth right there. You know, when somebody talks about how, you know, like, oh, such and such a thing is as small as a pinhead. Those are the teeth of mammals, our ancestors during the age of dinosaurs. Multituberculate mammals, these guys in particular, are not our direct ancestors, but they're related to them, you know? They are mammals, at least. So I guess they're our ancestors in that sense. But we come from placental mammals, which, you know, they really hadn't taken off yet. These guys were the popular mammals at the time. You know?
You take measurements and so on, is to have them mounted to little pins like this, and that way I can manipulate it under the microscope and really look at the morphology.
Yep.
And it's been really fun to dig into these collections because they were collected in large part in the 70s and early 80s, and a lot of the stuff was worked up and published on in the late 80s, early 90s, and much of it hasn't been touched since. And so, in addition to these already pinned teeth and things that have been cataloged, I've also been going through and looking through little boxes like this, which you can see are chock full of little bits of bones and teeth.
It's little fragments.
And so,
you know,
part of what I've done...
an assorted little box of mammal parts.
These sorts of amalgamations of bones and teeth, and picking out research quality specimens, or at least specimens that are able to be identified to a specific taxon. That way they can be cataloged within the larger system.
Yeah.
And then
Paulashi says, were the first mammals carnivores? They're kind of straddling the border between carnivory and insect eating. Like, if you're just eating little bugs, are you still a carnivore? Because that's mostly what these guys were doing, you know? They're small enough that they're mostly eating bugs, and maybe trying to avoid being eaten by larger bugs.
And one kind of fun thing that's a testament to just how old some of this material was and when it was last being studied is there are these film photographs that were taken of various specimens in the collection.
A stereoscope almost.
And many of them look like they were multituberculates, like what I'm studying, but then some of them also look like tiny teeth of marsupial relatives that are also really common in this fauna.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show that that it's these are old collections, and it's been a blast being able to bring them back to life again.
Cool stuff. Yeah. Neat little video from UCMP if you would like to watch that in its entirety. There's the link right there. This only has like 373 views on it? Come on. The University of California Museum of Paleontology YouTube channel only has 80 subscribers? And I'm one of them? I'm probably like 5 of them, actually. Different accounts. Yeah, shoot. Anyway, go show them some love, I guess. Yeah. You too, Kleber? There you go. Okay. Probably half of the subscribers are here in chat right now. So what are the non-multituberculate mammals called? masculine, I mean, that's it. You would call them non-multituberculate mammals, you know? Anytime that you're trying to get that specific, there isn't necessarily like a shorter term for it. It's just, if you're talking about mammals that are not multituberculates, you'd say non-multituberculate mammals. So yeah, yeah. And you just subscribe. Nice, Travel. I don't know, when's the last time they actually released a video? It's not like this is necessarily a, rollicking play. Yeah, so 3 years ago is the last time they released a video. Yeah. Anyway, cool. UCMP. This is where I got my start as a paleontologist. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Trek Nerd. Yeah, I know what you mean. That might have been a stereoscope slide, but actually... No, shoot. Aren't stereoscope slides usually, aren't they glass? I don't know. It's been a long time since I've used a stereoscope. Yeah. But... we actually do have some other videos on...
Good day. I've wrote a million years.
Here's one of those YouTube channels where the host is some sort of a cartoon character? I've never quite understood this conceit, but...
Good day, everyone. Dr. Polaris here.
Okay.
Multituberculates are an extinct taxon of rodent-like Allotherian mammals that existed for approximately 166 million years, the longest fossil history of any mammal lineage.
Which is impressive, yeah.
The Jurassic, and finding spectacular levels of success during the Mesozoic, even surviving the KPG extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous.
Yeah.
They eventually declined from the late Paleocene onwards, disappearing at some point during the early Oligocene.
There we go.
Although, if the mysterious Gondwanatheres are members of this lineage, then multituberculates lasted into the Miocene in South America.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. Anyway, if you'd like to learn more about multituberculates, here is a video right here that should serve you pretty well, I think. There you go. Yeah. The stereo slides are usually mounted. There you go, Trekner. Okay. I thought. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But there is another... let's see. Another Mesozoic mammals video here. Is this it here? Yeah, let's talk a little bit about mammal eyes and stuff like that, because this is always a fun topic for discussion. I've done this before, but let me do it again. I have some people in chat. I'm gonna ask you a quiz question, okay? And I want you to, like, blurt out an answer. We're gonna be talking about mammals here. You know mammals. They're, yeah, you know. Mammals. Here's, land mammals of eastern North America. You know mammals. They generally have fur or hair. You know, they're a derived group of synapsids. They feed their young with milk. Most of them today give live birth, but they didn't always. Egg-laying mammals used to be much more common. Multituberculates may have actually laid eggs. I don't know. So you've got mammals, right? Lineus is varying shades of brown. Indeed. Chat, I want you to think about mammals. Think about mammals right now. And what is the most brightly colored mammal you can think of? Which is the mammal you can think of that's got the most vibrant coloration? The most striking colors. Because, you know, most mammals are various shades of brown, or gray, or brown, or black, or gray, or dark gray, or light brown, or dark brown. Kind of an orangey brown, even orangier brown, a grayish brown, a yellowish brown, a blackish brown. You know, what's the most strikingly colored mammal you can think of? Elton John, says Oliver. Wow, okay. Polar bears, says T. Matt Tricks. I mean, polar bears are just like albino almost. Yeah. Yeah, RuPaul, that's good. RuPaul is indeed a mammal. Trek nerd, yes. Looks like your closet, Moosey Fate. Kind of looks like mine, too. Although I've got some bright colors in there also. Yeah. Hey, Moo Hoodles, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And you would have said baboon. That's a good answer, Origin TT. Well, why is it that most mammals are usually brown or grayish brown, or black or blackish gray? Why are most mammals usually so dull colored? And only in a few, like, striking examples, like, say, mandrills, this particular kind of baboon, do you have bright colors like blue or red. And some yellow there, too. They're actually very visually striking. Why is vibrant coloration so rare in mammals? Kennedy says tigers are colorful and they're great. Yeah, well, but I mean, let's look at a tiger, actually. Tigers, they are pretty striking looking, but at the end of the day, what is orange but just a kind of an oversaturated brown, you know? This might still qualify as brown. There are not very many mammals that are, say, green or blue or purple or red, you know? Yeah. So let's go ahead and take a look at a video about this, because it might actually be dinosaurs' fault that most mammals today have pretty muted colors. You don't have very many purple or blue or green mammals, unlike in other groups of animals. So let's take a look. And let's turn the sound on, shall we?
Back in the 1940s, scientist Gordon Walls wrote a book called The Vertebrate Eye and Its Adaptive Radiation. He compared the eyes of mammals with those of reptiles and birds.
There you go, Claire Burry, yes.
And noticed something strange. Even the eyes of mammals that were diurnal, active only during the day, had certain characteristics of nocturnal eyes, like those of creatures who are active at night. Walls noted that many diurnal mammals had large corneas, fewer types of photoreceptor cells to see colors, and a tapetum lucidum, a reflective surface that increases light absorption by the retina. All of this suggested that the mammals had retained traits for eyes that were good for seeing in the dark. Mammals also have excellent hearing and a keen sense of smell, which is more evidence that they adapted to conditions where eyesight might have been slightly less important for survival. Walls suggested that all of these mammals were holding on to traits that first evolved during the time of the dinosaurs, when their ancient ancestors had to survive by hiding from the much larger dinos. For those mammals, being nocturnal was probably a good way to stay alive. This hypothesis became known as the nocturnal bottleneck, and it had a huge impact on the field of paleontology. For decades, scientists believed that dinosaurs were diurnal and tiny mammals were nocturnal. It made a certain amount of sense because they considered dinosaurs to be cold-blooded, like modern reptiles.
Which now we know is not true.
If that was the case, dinos would need the warmth of daytime sunlight to be fully active. But as researchers have uncovered more mammalian fossils and studied the biology of different dinosaur species, they've found some surprising results. As it turns out, the difference between mammal and dinosaur behavior during the Mesozoic era wasn't quite so clear-cut as day and night.
I suppose so. I mean, another big thing that they didn't really talk about with the initial introduction of the nocturnal bottleneck hypothesis was the idea of burrowing. So mammals probably spent, even if they weren't entirely nocturnal during the age of dinosaurs, they're probably living in burrows or in hollows in trees. They're staying in the dark, out of the way, underground, or in shelters, while dinosaurs are doing their thing during the day. And then a lot of dinosaurs probably did sleep at night and were more active during the day. That's certainly not the case for all dinosaurs, you know? And, Soloist Unparal, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.
The closest extinct relatives of mammals appear in the fossil record around 230 million years ago, when all the continents were in one huge landmass called Pangaea, and dinosaurs were starting to roam the Earth. Genetic evidence suggests that these early mammal relatives were
What's that, do I hear?
Dinosaur.
Cerebrofart, thank you for the follow. You've got some good hearing there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Soloist Unparal? Hey, welcome to the channel. It's great to have you here. Yeah, thanks for introducing yourself. And mammals who burrow underground tend to have vision like an 80s CCTV camera. Maskling. I mean, a lot of mammals still tend to have that. That's the thing, is that we as human beings, our color vision is actually pretty limited, as I'm sure they'll cover in the video, because we come from ancestors that didn't have color vision, because they'd spent the last 100 million years underground, or only coming out at night mostly. So yeah. And you didn't have a field to type in there. Oh shoot. Did I not set that up properly, Claireburr? We'll see. Anyway, let's continue this.
probably nocturnal, and a lot of the fossil evidence shows that they were small, like shrew or rat-sized. They most likely ate insects and had to exploit different niches than the dinosaurs evolving alongside them. Paleontologists have also spent decades looking into the lifestyles and behaviors of dinosaurs. At the time that Walls wrote his book, many hypothesized that dinosaurs were cold-blooded or ectothermal. This would mean that they needed a certain amount of warmth from sunlight to get their bodies to function well, like modern reptiles. So if dinosaurs needed daylight to really get going, it might come as no surprise that the tiny mammals would have adapted to a nighttime niche.
It might not be so much nighttime as it is, like, primarily living inside burrows to stay out of the way. And Cerebrofart says, is this where you apologize for paleontology? Cerebrofart, never. What are you talking about? No, paleontologizing, that term is like taking paleontology and making it a verb, you know? Making it something that you do. Rather than some dusty old textbook, it's like something that we can engage in, you know? It's an adventure that we can embark upon. Think of it like philosophizing, you know? It's like trying to do philosophy, I guess? I don't know. Anyway, I came up with that term a long time ago. It's hard to come up with, like, original names nowadays. So yeah. And, oh no, Sibeliusaurus protoavis. Oh boy, Sibeliusaurus. Let me add that to the deep dive list. Sibeliusaurus. I mean, that's an interesting move there. Protoavis. You know, shoot. Protoavis should be in quotation marks. Oh boy. For Sibeliusaurus. Alright, we'll cover that one eventually. Maybe we'll get into it today. But yeah, the saltiness. I mean, yeah, Sibeliusaurus. I actually have a really interesting book written by the author of the lead author of the Protoavis paper. It's a trip, so maybe we'll get into that later on this stream. Yeah. It's a great name. I'm just busting. No, you're good, Cerebrofart. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Megatherium skeleton. Oh, bored. I have not seen that one in particular, but yeah. And T-Mat says, why did you choose dinosaurs to dig up? Why not people? T-Mat Tricks? I don't know. Digging up people just seemed a little too navel-gazy, you know? Like, ooh, look at people, people. I'm a person, you know? Like, I don't know. it's not that interesting. Dinosaurs are where it's at. For me, at least. Hey now, says Clockwork Griffin. Digging up people is cool. You know, it different strokes for different folks, you know? Yeah. I don't know, that's like the normal response that I give to mammal paleontologists. Where they're like, oh, well, you know, the history of mammals is so fascinating, and we get to figure out where we came from. It's like, well, yeah, you know, it's a little close to home, you know? I don't know. I could go on a day-long rant about why I think dinosaurs are so fascinating. And this video actually kind of gets into that, so we're going to continue this, but dinosaurs have had such a profound influence on our own evolution as mammals that, yeah, they're definitely worth studying. And they're just profoundly, profoundly interesting. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue this video here. There we go.
However, more recent research suggests that dinosaurs were endothermic, having the ability to warm themselves with their metabolism, which made them less reliant on the sun. Yet, the nocturnal bottleneck hypothesis still seems to be confirmed by genetic evidence, fossil evidence, and the morphology of modern vertebrates, which looks at the relationship between body traits of different
Good to have you here.
Let's start with genetics. As recently as 2017, a study used statistical modeling to look at the evolutionary rates of nearly 1,200 genes within 89 modern mammals. The researchers suggested that the ancestors of placental mammals that live with the dinosaurs were small, insectivorous, and nocturnal. Another paper from 2018 looked at the genes that code for opsin in 154 modern mammals. Opsins are the light-sensitive proteins that help translate light into an electrochemical signal that the brain can interpret. These researchers found that all mammals have lost a number of genes that code for certain opsin proteins, indicating that the mammal eyes are adapted to low light conditions. As for the fossil evidence, it's clear that most of the ancient mammals and their early relatives were very small. And that small body size matters a lot, according to a 2019 paper.
It does.
In it, one researcher hypothesized that the small body size of mammals in the Mesozoic was directly related to their nocturnality. The climate during the Mesozoic was much different than what we see today. There seemed to be far less variation in temperature across the globe, and it was generally much warmer. Because daytime temperatures were so high, ancient mammals wouldn't have been able to cool themselves enough without drinking an impossibly large amount of water. And modern researchers have also looked at morphology, doing the same kind of comparisons that Wallace did almost 100 years ago. One 2012 study analyzed the eye shape of 266 species of mammals and found little difference in the eyes, regardless of whether the animals were nocturnal or diurnal. In fact, almost all of the mammal eyes were most similar to the eyes of nocturnal birds and lizards. In other words, since modern mammals have eyes that are adapted to low light no matter when they're active, this suggests that they came from ancestors that were nocturnal. But there are also little pieces.
So anyway, the reason that this is so important in the first place, while we're talking about Mesozoic mammals at all, is that, well, let me show you like a little picture of a Mesozoic mammal. Let's look at, for instance, let's get Morgan Eucadon. In fact, we just saw this silhouette a minute ago. Morgan Eucadon, little shrew-like, rat-like, vole-like. You know, this is basically what mammals looked like for the entire age of the dinosaurs. There's not a whole lot of variation on this theme. They're small, they got 4 legs, little ears, little twitchy nose, whiskers. Yeah. Let's say Morgan Eucadon 2 times actual size. These animals are like this big, full grown. Some of them are significantly smaller, like Hadrocodium. I love this figure right here. Hadrocodium. Little mammal ancestor from the earliest Jurassic, I think. About 190 million years ago. 195 million years ago, something like that. Hadrocodium. Not a big critter. Not a big critter. This is basically what our ancestors looked like during the age of dinosaurs. And when I say during the age of dinosaurs, I don't mean like, oh yeah, during a certain snapshot in time, this is what they looked like. What I mean is, this is what mammals looked like for about 150 million years. They're basically like this. Generally speaking, they are small, little, mousy, shrewy, rat-like, vole-like, possum-like critters like that. For 150 million years. Yeah. Why hide and be nocturnal if so tiny? I mean, that was the way that they survived. That's the way that they avoided being eaten, it seems. Soloist, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, to go back to our time scale here. So here, right here's, this is the age of mammals here in yellow. And it's very short compared to, in blue, the age of dinosaurs. So mammals first show up around the same time that the first dinosaurs did. Around here. Like the middle or maybe the earlier part of the upper Triassic here. It's right about there. And then mammals basically look like this for this entire span of the Mesozoic, for 150 million years. It's only when the asteroid hits at the end of the Cretaceous period and the dinosaurs, except for birds, go extinct, that mammals suddenly have their big break. Suddenly, they can evolve from this basic body plan into things like bats and rabbits and horses and elephants and whales and monkeys and apes and every other kind of mammal that we have today, including us. But they basically had a big bottleneck. Like, they could not do any of that stuff for the entire Mesozoic. For whatever reason, they were being outcompeted by other creatures, dinosaurs, it seems. Dinosaurs is kind of the big answer. Until that asteroid hits right here at the end of the Mesozoic. But the whole point is, well, shoot. Let me bring up a calculator here. So let's say mammals have been around for 230 million years. Here, let's go like that. Okay. Let's say mammals have been around for 230 million years. That's a conservative estimate. And let's say that they looked like that, like this guy here. Tiny, shrew-like, kind of living in the shadow of the dinosaurs for 150 million years. Again, that's a conservative estimate. Well, we don't even have to do that, actually. Shoot. No, the asteroid hit 66 million years ago. So basically, for 66 million years, mammals have been free to kind of do whatever they want. We didn't have any bats or horses or whales or antelope or elephants or you know, moose or monkeys or rats even before the asteroid impact. So they've been around. Modern mammals, since the asteroid, we've had 66 million years to do all kinds of cool stuff. So 66 divided by 230, 0.28. So for 2/3 of their existence, mammals looked like this. For 2/3 of our history on this planet as mammals, this is what we looked like. All these other things are new by comparison. All these other different forms that mammals have taken are new. For 2/3 of the reign of the mammals, the existence of mammals upon our planet, this is what they looked like. That's important to consider. It's important to have that perspective, you know? So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. At least it's cute, says Green Herring. I'm not trying to insult these guys. I mean, shoot, they did their thing and they clung on for 150 million years, and then when the asteroid struck, that was their big break, and they ran with it. Holy cow. I mean, think about all of the mammals that we have running around today, including ourselves, you know? from such humble beginnings, we have some truly magnificent mammals today. And all throughout the age of mammals. So yeah, it was a classic case of the meek inheriting the earth after that asteroid impact. So yeah. And hi to you too, Auxiliary Asp. How you doing? Welcome. Yeah. So let's continue our video here.
That have popped up over the years that complicate the story. Take a discovery published in 2005, for example. Researchers in China
found mammoths. Yes, I know.
Robustus skeleton. Not only was it about the size of a modern-day opossum with the pointy teeth of a carnivore.
So, the most gargantuan mammal during the age of dinosaurs, the most truly enormous, earth-shatteringly large mammal during the age of dinosaurs is that big. You know. About big enough to take down a chihuahua, I guess. Yeah, smaller than a bread box. There you go, Claire Burr. yeah. And yeah, it seems to have remains of a baby Psittacosaurus in its guts. Yeah.
It had the dismembered remains of a baby dinosaur called Psittacosaurus in its stomach. It's impossible to tell whether the Rapeno got its meal through scavenging or hunting, but it upends the idea that Mesozoic mammals were completely out of the dinosaurs' league.
I mean, I guess they're in the same league as hatchling dinosaurs? You know? Slow golf clap, I suppose. Very sarcastic golf clap. Yeah, it is what it is.
And Rapeno
Mayor Space says, has anybody ever seen a bread box? I used to have a bread box back when I lived in Montana, Mayor Space, yeah. The air was so dry there, you kind of needed to put bread in a box or it would dry out.
Robustus wasn't the only carnivorous mammal large enough to potentially compete with some of the smaller dinos. An even larger species of Rapeno was also noted in the 2005 paper. This one named Rapeno giganticus, with a skull 50% larger than that of the smaller species. This larger species would have been about the size of a Tasmanian devil and weighed 12 to 14 kilograms. And it's possible that it could get that big because no big dinos have been found in the same deposit. Whether it was a scavenger or a
I don't think that's the case, though. I think it's probably preservation bias, but
hunter,
whatever.
It seems clear that it was carnivorous.
Parrot lizard,
Even if researchers can't say if either Rapeno was nocturnal or diurnal, they still don't fit the picture of meek mammals hiding away from the hungry dinos.
I mean, they still kind of do. I mean, this is still an animal that would fit into a bread box. And there you go. As Bette Midler says, a bread box keeps the mice out. You know? It's where you put little things to protect them. Anyway, yeah. I mean, the idea that the very, very largest mammal that we have is like about the size of a Jack Russell Terrier. Very largest mammal from the age of dinosaurs. You know, it's about the size of a large loaf of bread, you know? Oh, yeah. Nope. Continue.
And to throw in a small twist from genetic evidence, there was a study from 2012 that looked at the evolution of photopigments in the eye that detect color. The researchers concluded that early mammals may have had the ability to see in twilight, the lower light conditions that happen at dawn and dusk. So maybe the Mesozoic lifestyle wasn't quite so strictly split between dinosaurs during the day.
Things are never black and white like that in real life.
Night. Meanwhile, other studies have offered a new perspective on the dinosaurs and even older vertebrates. In 2010, a group of researchers looked at a sample of eye bones called scleral rings. These are round bones within the eye socket that are present today in modern birds and many reptiles.
And in fishes, too. Like, mammals and crocodilians are, like, the only critters that don't still have those bones in the eye. We are weird, you know, in not having these bones in the eye right there, because most critters have these. Sclerotic ossicles. There you go. The sclerotic ring there. We've got it in ray-finned fishes like this barracuda. Cartilaginous fishes like this ray. That might be a piranha. It's got it there. Other fishes. There is a monitor lizard right there. This is a turkey right here. There's a parrot. There's a Salvadoran monitor, I guess. Salvadora? Whatever. This is a Philippine sea eagle right here, I believe. And I don't know what kind of lizard this is, but it's got those thoracic ossicles right there. So yeah, lots of critters have them. In fact, mammals and for whatever reason, crocodilians don't have them, which is strange. Dinosaurs did have them and do have them. You see, there's our turkey right there. Got the sclerotic ring. Oh yeah. So, I know, I show this to people sometimes and they go, what? Bones in the eye? Yeah, you better believe it. Most animals have this. Most vertebrate animals, most tetrapods, and shoot, other vertebrates like fishes, both ray-finned fishes and cartilaginous fishes. Eye bones. There you go, Clipper. Yeah. What do they do? Says Auxiliary Asp. They kind of give structure to the eyeball. In say your Philippine sea eagle or whatever kind of bird this is right here. That can actually help protect the eye from like malforming if the bird is going into a steep dive or something like that. It's got air rushing up against it. I think it's got to give it some kind of internal structure like that. Likewise with animals that dive very deep beneath the sea. That water pressure there can do a lot of damage to your eyes potentially. So having bones in there can help a lot. And Bubo is an owl. Oh shoot, you're right, Matt Pie. Bubo philippinensis? What was that? Bubo philippensis. Let's look this up real quick. Let's just look up genus Bubo. It's the Philippine eagle owl. I said Philippine sea eagle. It's the Philippine eagle owl. Don't I feel like a knucklehead right now? Yeah. The Philippine eagle owl. There you go. Very cool. Yeah. So thank you there, Matt Pie. Appreciate you. Yeah. What a cool critter. Yeah. How does sperm whale handle the pressure with change without eye bones? I don't know, Mayor Space. They might close their eyes. I'm really not sure. Yeah. Yeah. Even the experts have their moments, especially the experts, Raptor. Holy cow, yeah. Absolutely, Raptor. Yeah. Oh, and very cool, Mayor Space. I'm glad you got some time outside today. The state park. Very nice. It's good to see you, Mayor Space. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Not to be mistaken for the Philippine eagle, owl, snake, gerbil. There you go, Mayor Space. Yes. Nice. Anyway, back to our video here.
By comparing the size ratio between the scleral ring and the orbit of the eye, also known as the eye socket, researchers found a direct relationship between the shape of these two bones and the daytime or nighttime behavior of modern creatures. Now, some dinosaurs also had scleral rings, and when they applied that same approach—
Oh, hang on a minute. I know this specimen right here. Holy cow. That... That's it right there. Same exact specimen. This was formerly known as Velociraptor. There are some theropod experts who are saying this should be a new genus of dromaeosaur, not yet described. We might as well just call it Velociraptor, you know? But yeah, ding 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 indeed, Golganek, yes. And then right here we've got Protoceratops. And I happen to have a Protoceratops skull in my office too. Grab that. It doesn't have the scleral rings though. Wow. Here's my Protoceratops. Right here. Yeah. Isn't she a beauty? Oh, goodness. 3D printed this one a while ago. I forget when that was. Must have been last spring or something like that. But, look at those chompers. Holy cow. Yeah. But these two dinosaurs actually lived side by side, Velociraptor and Protoceratops. And, yeah. They, got into some tussles every once in a while. Protoceratops being a plant eater, Velociraptor being a meat eater. We have some direct evidence that Velociraptor actually preyed on Protoceratops. Oh yeah, yeah. Anyway.
23 dinosaur fossils in 2011, the researchers found that plenty of them were most likely active at night, including hunters like Velociraptor. Other researchers have even described it as a
I remember we actually discussed that paper. That was a Nick Longrich paper, right? From 2011. We discussed that at at the Dead Lizard Society, our like paleontology group on the campus of Montana State University. And weird paper, but yeah. Anyway. And Asharadel says preyed on or was an opportunistic eater. Well, Asharadel, we actually have what seems to be direct evidence of Velociraptor predating Protoceratops. Like, actually actively hunting it, in the sense that we've got a Velociraptor and a Protoceratops locked in combat with one another. This is the exact position in which these fossils were found. A lot of this is actually the original rock right here, as I understand it. This is the position in which these animals were found. So yeah, truly remarkable. The Velociraptor's jaw is kind of being clamped down onto by the beak of the Protoceratops. The Velociraptor seems to be clutching the Protoceratops's head with its other hand. And then those claws seem to be embedded there in the animal's neck. Pretty extraordinary, right? Yeah. Really, really amazing. And, let's see. I think we actually have a clip of this. Give me a second here. Mayor Space's Mortal Kombat! Test your might.
While the jaws of the Protoceratops grip the predator's arm. Before this landmark find, the
really spectacular, spared no expense.
Thank you, Gregorio Bertos. Gregorio Robertos. Gracias por los por el subscripción. Thank you, Gregorio. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's good to have you here. And look, we're at 24 out of 35 subs for our sub goal today. Brilliant. Yeah. Las suscripciones. Gracias, Idobot. Mi español no es tan bueno. Ahora. No. Really wonder about that hypothesis. That one is not entirely convincing to me, the mudslide hypothesis. And I'm really glad that that Jim posted this on the Bird website a while ago. Because now I actually get to talk about this a little bit. It's out there, so, you know, this is something that I've been keeping under wraps for a while. But there's another idea. Where was that? After that, where did that go? There we go. Take a look at this. So this is a boar slipping smoothly into its burrow to escape a pack of wild dogs. Again, watch that. Watch, it goes, runs, and smoothly just backs down that burrow. Interesting stuff. We do have evidence of burrowing behavior in certain groups of dinosaurs, like Orodromius. Yeah. And Jim says, I tell you, Protoceratops used burrows as well to defend against Velociraptor. And we've got some interesting responses and stuff here, but, yeah. Very cool stuff. And LJ Krumenacker, I've worked with, says, I suspect this lifestyle/defense is more common than thought of in the smaller dinosaur world. It could very well be that, yeah, shoot. Jim talked about this in somewhere here, right? This explains the great number of tail-standing Protoceratops found in the Gobi Desert. Burrows are only visible when enhanced by iron oxides. He observed only one in an ironstone tube near Andrew's fortress. It had completely weathered out of the outcrop and rolled down the slope. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think about that for a second. If Protoceratops was a burrowing dinosaur, wouldn't that make it altogether easier for that Velociraptor to be preserved alongside it? Say they get into a fight in a burrow, they're jostling around, things get out of hand, the burrow collapses, they are entombed together. It's an interesting idea, and I can neither confirm nor deny. That there will be an interesting paper on dinosaurs like this in the near-ish future. So stay tuned for that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. The truth is out there, says Mayor Space. It is true. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Where were we? Oh shoot, we gotta finish this video here. This is how we got into Velociraptor and Protoceratops in the first place. So, yeah.
Of these two bones and the daytime or nighttime behavior of modern creatures. Now, some dinosaurs also had scleral rings, and when they applied that same approach to 23 dinosaur fossils in 2011, the researchers found that plenty of them were most likely active at night, including hunters like Velociraptor. Other researchers have even described it as a possible arms race between the dinosaurs and the mammals for the nocturnal niche. Maybe mammals started exploiting the nighttime in order to stay alive, but then carnivorous hunters evolved to follow their prey. In other words, if you're a mammal trying to avoid being eaten, nighttime may have been a good option at first, but later it became a little more dangerous. And in a 2014 paper, when the researchers looked even further back in the fossil record, they found that nocturnality evolved in some vertebrates before.
And Bette Midler, you've been reading the first fossil hunters? Oh, Bette Midler, I mean, this stuff is still unpublished, so take it with a grain of salt, but that idea of, like Denver Fowler always used to say, those Protoceratops being found kind of, you know, they're oriented like a missile in a tube, where they're just like, you know, just kind of set in like that, at an angle, going up. It's like, why in the world would you be oriented like that? And all preserved in 3D. This is not an animal that died and then it fell apart and all the bones are just lying there. It's like, no, it's preserved in 3D like that, just oriented like this, going at like a 45-degree angle. Why would you have that? What taphonomic mode is creating that, unless it's just burrowing? I do think Jim talks a bit more about that here, right? Maybe not. Anyway, it's kind of funny to watch other paleontologists like dismiss this idea too, because they've clearly not thought about it very much. But anyway, yeah, here's a Protoceratops right here. This is a poster that Jim presented at a conference. This is how one of those Protoceratops was preserved just like this. That was the orientation that it was found in. There's the actual fossil right there, preserved in 3D. It's so cool. And these things are all over the Gobi Desert of Mongolia, in the Jajokta Formation. And, yeah, I mean... like Jim says, it's such low-hanging fruit. Like, somebody ought to get in on that. And figure this sort of thing out, you know? Yeah. Unfortunately, Jim was looking at this specimen. He says, insect chewed, and there's actually, like, boreholes from insects in here, which is really interesting. That's what these green arrows are pointing to. Insect chewed, tail-standing Protoceratops with pupae. We uncovered, plaster-jacketed, and recovered. Ended up on the black market. So sad. So I guess this was actually, like, sold on the black market somehow. It is a real shame. Just one specimen like this, properly studied, could teach us so much about how these dinosaurs were preserved and what this environment was like, what their potential habits are. But nope. Somebody sold it for money. So yeah, I don't know how it ended up on the black market. I'd have to ask Jim about that. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Sounds like their burrows collapsed often, says a truckhorn. I mean, often enough that we have a few of them. These are animals that were around for literally millions of years. So if you only have a few catastrophic burrow collapses, then, you know, then that's enough. They didn't have to have collapsed all the time. Just enough that we have a few of them, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Lophius dragon, maybe we can take a look at some Cretaceous snakes one of these days. Yeah. Yeah. Sample bias. There you go, Truckhorn. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, back to our video here.
Before the earliest mammals appeared, with a link and evolved to follow their prey.
Nope.
In other
words, go back a little bit more.
Were most likely active at night, including hunters like Velociraptor. Other researchers have even described it as a possible arms race between the dinosaurs and the mammals for the nocturnal niche. Maybe mammals started exploiting the nighttime in order to stay alive.
Truckhorn says, I guess it helps that it seems to provide an ideal condition for preservation. And Mayor of Space says most individual animals never get fossilized, they just deteriorate. The thing is, if you pre-bury yourself before you die by living in a burrow, it does make it more likely that you will be preserved. So yeah, that could be potentially one of the reasons why Protoceratops seems to be so mind-bogglingly abundant in certain strata in the Gobi Desert. So, yeah.
But then carnivorous hunters evolved to follow their prey. In other words, if you're a mammal trying to avoid being eaten, nighttime may have been a good option at first, but later it became a little more dangerous. And in a 2014 paper, when the researchers looked even further back in the fossil record, they found that nocturnality evolved in some vertebrates before the earliest mammals appeared, with a lineage known as synapsids. The researchers found that nocturnal behavior evolved as long as 300 million years ago in carnivores like Sphenacodon ferox and herbivores like Tritylodon longivus. And along with the scleral rings, researchers have unearthed more fossil evidence that dinosaurs weren't entirely limited to daytime hours. They found indications of proto-feathers that would have provided insulation and maybe kept the dinosaurs warm in the colder nights. Whatever the case, the story isn't quite as simple as it originally seemed. The assumptions about the nocturnal bottleneck have led a lot of scientists to look specifically for evidence supporting this hypothesis, which can definitely lead to oversimplification. As more mammalian fossils are discovered, they bring up interesting new questions about the complicated evolution of our ancient ancestors and their relationship to dinosaurs. But the picture is still too muddy for us to completely overturn the nocturnal bottleneck.
Completely. You're not going to completely overturn it because they were nocturnal. or mostly lived in burrows. That's the thing, is that you've got no big mammals during the Mesozoic. They did not exist. As far as we can, nobody's ever found one. For 150 million years, this is what mammals looked like, and there's a reason for that, you know? It's not like every old idea in science gets overturned. Sometimes some nuance gets added. Sometimes we have new details. We've got, you know, better data that help us understand things a bit better, but it's not like everything has to be a complete revolution, like overturning our total understanding of something. That's not how these things work.
Especially when we consider what happened next. When paleontologists and molecular geneticists look further ahead in the story of mammals, a few interesting things happened. After an asteroid smacked into the planet 66 million years ago, the changes to the climate that resulted led to the extinction of most life.
What is this illustration? Oh no! Where is this supposed to be? We know the angle at which the asteroid hit, and like this would have to be like in South America looking north? But it would be so close that it would be this big on the horizon. What is this? Oh, goodness. And who are these guys supposed to be? Like some sort of lambeosaur? 66 million years ago? What is this? Anyway. I have questions.
Life, including the non-avian dinosaurs.
And McPickle says, is that a potato? McPickle, I know you're making a joke there, but famed paleo artist Don Henderson, who's a resident of Montana, he actually came to some Dead Lizard Society meetings. Yeah. Don Henderson is a really well-known paleo artist. Does illustrations like this. And this. And this. He does a lot of very, like, foliage-heavy paintings here. Very atmospheric. Out of all of the living, working paleo artists, Don Henderson might have the most, like, densely atmospheric paintings. Oh, they're so good. That's some fine art there. Yeah. And there is... Oh, sorry, Doug Henderson. Not Don Henderson. Yeah. Don Henderson is a now deceased paleontologist. Oh, this is maybe my favorite Doug Henderson piece. Oh, that's so beautiful. I like that a lot. Oh, it's so nice. But he's done a few pieces. He was commissioned to do a few pieces of the asteroid impact. Yeah. And in one of the illustrations that he did, he actually used a potato. Used a potato as his reference for the actual asteroid itself. And let me see if I can find that. Maybe that's not something that's like
and it's therefore likely
known
we're
online
here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Me and my 19-month-old are watching over dinner. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I hope you and your 19-month-old having a great dinner. Hope you're enjoying your food. That warms my heart. Thank you, Jonathans, for the 11 months of support, by the way. Keeping me online for almost a year there. Appreciate you. And, yeah, that's wonderful. I hope you're having a lovely evening. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, excellent. I don't know if the Doug Henderson potato thing is, like, common knowledge. If there's even evidence of this online. But he told us this when, is this it? No, that's not it. He told us about this when he was, giving a presentation for the Dead Lizard Society. Yeah, cool stuff. Anywho, so the impact made it a smashed potato, says Matt Pie. Well, it did a lot more than that. Holy cow. A Manhattan-sized potato. There you go, Ambervix. Yes.
But mammals and some smaller vertebrates still managed to eke out a living, and as the Earth rebounded, there were suddenly a lot more niches to fill. In a 2017 study, researchers looked at more than 2,400 species of mammals today and created algorithms to study the genetic transitions from nocturnality to diurnality. To their surprise, it seemed that some species of mammals started spending more time out during the day within 200,000 years after the asteroid impact. A really fast evolutionary transition if the mammals were largely nocturnal before. And a cache of fossils from Colorado Springs that scientists described in 2019 gave another piece of exciting evidence.
It's the beans?
Within the first 700,000 years after the extinction
give me those beans.
Body mass was 100 times bigger than the mammals living immediately after the mass extinction.
Give me those beans.
The time of the dinosaurs, reaching an estimated 47 kilograms. The researchers who discovered this site don't think that the demise of the dinosaurs was entirely to blame for the remarkable size of some of these mammals.
I mean, it's not like the mammals had ceased to grow. It's not like mammals had failed to grow large for 150 million years before then, you know? It was because of beans that they got big, you know? Magic beans.
There were other big changes happening to Earth's climate and plant life. Among the mammal remains were also fossils of early legumes, or bean pods. These nutrient-dense plants may have contributed to the large size of some of these mammals.
Sure. Yeah. I'm sure it didn't hurt. But the fact that mammals failed to get big for 150 million years before then, it's not because they were lacking beans, you know? It's because of dinosaurs. Anyway, beans.
While many factors allowed mammals to take over the world, it's clear that the disappearance of dinosaurs was a big help. But as for the behavior of mammals living alongside
Pure
the dinosaurs,
coincidence. There you go, Claire.
it's clear there's still a lot to uncover. Whether we want to think or blame the dinos for so many...
Yeah, beans, the mammalian fruit. The more you eat, the larger you grow and the faster you diversify. You know, we all know the rhyme.
Modern mammals still being adapted to the dark, that's all in the eye of the beholder.
Wait, what? But it's not. Oh, boy. Anyway, yeah. It's not just in the eye of the beholder. It's like, this seems to be something that's real. It's like they're trying to preempt this and go, well, you know, that story is a little bit too simple. It's like, well, sometimes those trends are just really obvious, you know? Mammals failed to get big for 150 million years. It's not like they blinked into existence after the asteroid impact. They were there all along. For basically almost the entire Mesozoic era. The entire reign of the dinosaurs. Mammals were already there. They failed to get big, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Travel the world and a truck horn. Are you still here right now? Because before I forget, let me show you these wonderful goodies that you have sent me. Treasures to behold. I will very enthusiastically show those to you now. You never leave, you only lurk, Truckhorn. I appreciate it. Here, take a look. A Truckhorn. Heard of my plight the other day. We were talking about bananas for some reason. And we were talking about how I don't have a blender to turn old bananas into new banana smoothies. And several people in chat demanded at once that I add a blender to the Amazon wishlist. So I did. I found what looked like the cheapest good blender I could find, and I didn't realize it'd be this small. But this is gonna be lovely. It's about banana sized, you know? A Truckhorn purchased that for me and sent it. A portable and rechargeable battery juice blender. This should be just about perfect for a banana. So I can take old bananas and make smoothies out of them, so they do not go to waste. And I proceed to drop my whole pen container all over my desk, trying to get my scissors out. Clean that up later. Ugh. Anyway. Disaster! As my old crew chief would say. There's the scissors. Let's open this up and take a look at this blender, as the French would say. Oh. A smoothie does sound good right now, and I just ate the last of the bananas this morning, so I might have to get more tomorrow morning. But take a look at that. Wow. It's a little blender. I feel like I could drink right out of this. There's even a, like, smiley face right there on it. Take a look at that. Yeah. Holy cow. A battery-operated Look at it! It's adorable! Look how small that is. The blade's on it. Oh, this will surely cut up many bananas. Is it charged already? Whoa. Look. Ready? Let's start it up. You ready? Start. Whoa, there you go. Holy cow. It might not be good to run it like that without anything inside it. I don't want to, like, overdo the... It's like running the garbage disposal without anything going through it. Like, it might be not a good idea. Anyway, very, very cool. And, oh, and that's how you charge it. Okay. And it's got a little mini USB charger there. I have many mini USB plugs, so this is going to be quite useful to me. Thank you so much, a Truckhorn. I very much appreciate your generosity. And since it's battery operated, I could even bring this into the field. A Truckhorn. I can have banana smoothies out in the middle of nowhere. Very cool. There's somebody yelling outside my window right now. I'm gonna check on that, make sure everything is okay. Hang on just a second. Thank you so much, Truckhorn. And I will show you what Travel the World has gotten for me too. So, Field Blender, indeed, Ambervix. Beautiful. Very nice. I'll be right back. Somebody shouting at a very poorly behaved dog. We're all good. Bananas, great source of potassium. Yes, indeed. Auxiliary asp. Yes. Eat enough and you'll be glowing. There you go, Sharadel. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Barnacle Bump says, "Oh, poor doggo." I mean, I don't know. It's like a big dog that should be on a leash and was not. It was misbehaving.
feet long and 14 feet high.
Eledwen.
100 teeth and not a single cavity.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Sounds like a poorly behaved human. Yeah, it's not the dog's fault. It's the owner's fault. Anyway, let me show you what I got after this beautiful blender from, it's like just banana size. That's gonna be perfect. Thank you, very, very much, Truckhorn, for your support. Really appreciate that. I love how it even has like a carry strap on it. I can just strap this to my field bag and be ready for blending up bananas at any time of the day or night. Here we have from Travel the World, something else that I'm going to use in the field, which I'm surprised at how similar it looks to the blender, actually. But Travel the World, thank you so much for your support. And here, let me modify this message real quick so as not to dox Travel here. Yeah. The little gift note slip from Travel the World. Hello, Danny, aka Paleontologizing. Enjoy your trips and adventures. Keep doing what you do. Travel the World 604 from Redacted. Thank you, Travel. I put this on my wish list a while ago because I realized that I did not have any lanterns. I'm gonna have a big, beautiful tent this next summer, not the crummy little tiny military surplus tent that could barely even fit me last summer. I've got a big, beautiful tent for this year, as I should, because I'm gonna be doing a lot of field work, it seems. Need lanterns for it. So I looked into some lanterns, and these came very highly rated, and I put these on the wish list, and Travel the World has provided. So thank you, Travel the World. These will help me travel my part of the world. 4 of them right here. Take a look at that. Very nice. So I'm going to be using these when I'm out digging dinosaurs this summer. And look at how pristine and beautiful they are. Holy cow. There's 4 of them in here. And they take batteries. I can use my rechargeable batteries for these. Because right now my rechargeable AA's aren't doing anything. You know what? I can pop those in right now. Shoot, let's do it. I think I have some back here. Give me just a second here. And there we go. I will be right back. Let's go ahead and pop these in. One. They want to take 3 each. Beautiful. 2 and 3 rechargeable batteries. Look at that brightness. My goodness. Wow. Wow. I don't know if it means that this light is very, very bright or just that my office is very dark right now. But take a look at that. Holy cow. And look, watch. Let's go like this. I guess I should put the battery cover back on because it expelled one of the batteries. But it's all good. Look at that. And you can adjust the brightness based on how far you open it. Very cool. Very, very cool. Thank you so much, Travel the World. I will use these carefully and thoughtfully, and I will use them hard at the same time this next summer when I'm out doing fieldwork live streams. Everybody, for those of you who are new to the channel, I'm going to be live streaming some fossil fieldwork this next summer, if all goes according to plan, if our satellite internet works as advertised. Which I'm trusting that it will. We'll see. But I've got a satellite internet array, and I've got... Well, I need to get a generator, actually, to run the darn thing. It's such a power hog. But, yeah. We'll be able to have live streams at night using these, if we so choose. Very cool. Thank you again, Travel the World. I really appreciate your generosity. Excellent. There's 4 of these. 4 of these in the box. I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much, Travel the World. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah. Awesome stuff. You'll be diverting planes, says Dr. E. I know, right, Dr. Electro? How you doing? Welcome back, Dr. E. Good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Dr. Electro real quick? Who also does cool sciencey stuff here on Twitch. How are things, Dr. E? I hope you're doing well. And Dr. E says, morning. Dr. Electro, I thought you were in Florida. It's not morning in Florida. It's like 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. in Florida. How you doing, Dr. E? It's good to see you. Yeah. Oh, you're in Phuket, Thailand. Very cool, Doctor. I had no idea. Well, good morning to you. I hope it's a pleasant morning where you're at. It is a beautiful, rainy afternoon here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Looking forward to some potential thunderstorms tonight. It's gonna be nice. Yeah. We've been getting a lot of rain here lately, which I know it's a cliche. Anytime you hear a Californian talking about getting rain, we always go, "Oh yeah, we need it. We definitely need it." It's true though. We really do. Prolonged drought in the western U.S. and any bit of rain we can get, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Yeah. Cold and windy with like 10 snowflakes. That's not enough snowflakes, Moonrise Rabbit. If you've got cold, the least that the weather can do for you if it's cold out is at least to give you some pretty snowflakes to look at. If it's just bitterly cold and windy without snowflakes, that's just cruel, Yeah. It's all or nothing in California. That's climate change, Paper Cuts. Yeah. And Jody Fish, we do need it in a slow, even coverage. Yes, that's true. But that's the thing, is that we're not going to get that, so we'll take whatever we can get, even if it is deluges that create sinkholes that swallow cars. By the way, here in the East Bay, my beloved local Oakland Zoo is closed until at least February now. Because of a massive sinkhole that opened up. There we go. Shoot. Yeah, Oakland Zoo remains closed while we repair the massive sinkhole damage caused by recent storms. Completing the reconstruction has unfortunately been delayed. We're working closely with the city of Oakland and have been advised that construction will be completed in early February. This is the road, so right down there, there's like a... Yep, there's the Shell station. So this is the road that leads up the hill to the zoo. And, massive sinkhole right there. This just got completely washed out. And that... Oh boy. I bet you I can show you some better footage that they have. There are some back roads that lead to the zoo, which allow the keepers and other people to access the park. Oh, there we go. So much rain, you just gotta grin and bear it. There's some grizzly bears, though. Ursus arctos. And they don't seem to mind the rain. Yeah. Luckily, the animals have keepers there to watch over them and take care of them, even at times like this. Yeah. Oh, including... Yeah. This cougar cub. Whom they're rehabilitating right now. They found this cub on its own in the wild. Didn't have a parent there. Just some of the wonderful work that the Oakland Zoo does. And, oh, that is a cool picture. Holy cow. You can see San Francisco in the distance. Here is an African elephant. Yeah. Before the rain started back up again this afternoon, Osh had a clear view all the way to San Francisco. I do love when it rains and then when it stops raining because it just clears out all the smog. All the air is just clean. You can see for miles and miles and miles. So this is up in the Oakland Hills. And out there is the San Francisco Bay and the San Francisco skyline. The Transamerica Pyramid, the Bank of America building, Salesforce Tower, and that is the Bay Bridge there. You can even see the Golden Gate Bridge way off in the distance. Just beautiful. I mean, take a look at that. Yeah. Like I said, Salesforce Tower, Bank of America building, Transamerica Pyramid. Over here you've got the Bay Bridge, and then Golden Gate Bridge off in the distance. Beautiful. There's Coit Tower right there. I was just there this morning. Right near there. Visiting a friend of mine. So yeah, pretty cool. What a great photo. If you're not following Oakland Zoo on Twitter, you're missing out. But where's the water damage? That sinkhole that I was trying to show you. That'll come up. Where? Let's see here. There you go. Shoot. Look at that. This was the road that you would take to get up to the zoo. Destroyed. Yeah. Ugh. This giraffe got a driver's license the other day after he turned 16. That's pretty cool. A giraffe's license. Oh. That's beautiful, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like I could have done a much better counterfeit California driver's license in Photoshop than that. Yeah. Happy 16th birthday, Mabasu the giraffe. Mabusu. Anyway, where's the... There it is. This is what I wanted to show you. Take a look at that. Road destroyed, demolished, wrecked by the recent storms. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The sinkhole happened around the drainage system that was put in. Exactly. Mayor Spade. Or, Dr. E. Yes. Yes, indeed. Mech Matt, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, pretty dramatic. Height 17 feet. Did it say that on the giraffe's license? I didn't even catch that, Golganak. It's good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Anyway, I actually did a live stream a mobile live stream from the Oakland Zoo back in August with Lordy. How many of you were here for that live stream? It was a lot of fun. I have the VOD from it. I'll post it to YouTube one of these days. I have been trying to keep on top of putting all of 2023's VODs up on the old YouTube, and I feel like I've done a pretty good job so far. A lot of them keep getting copyright struck, some of them for bogus reasons. It's YouTube. But, yeah. Anyway, you remember me and Lordy streaming together? Yeah, Dr. E, it was a ton of fun. Yeah, doing like you do. Well, of your awesome mobile live streams out in the wild, we were in a zoo, but still getting to see all kinds of cool critters and stuff. It was a ton of fun, Dr. E. Yeah. Yeah. Shoot, here's, this made me laugh. Those of you who were here yesterday for our first Thursday Birds Day, you saw this already, perhaps. But somehow this already has over 1,000 views?
Goldenek gifted a tier 1 sub to Dr_Elector0.
Thank you, Golganek. I really appreciate
gift subs in the channel.
Really appreciate your ongoing support, Golganek. And enjoy those emotes, Dr. E. Emotes like these and these and these. And these and these. Those are yours to use for the next month, Dr. E. Yeah. Yeah, I put this video up yesterday, and somehow it already has over 1.3 thousand views? I don't get that. I don't understand it.
256 gift subs in the
And thank you, Golganek, for gifting Trappy Jenkins. That's lovely. Trappy, are you here right now? Welcome. Yeah. I made this yesterday when we were talking about a certain kind of sea duck. What kind of duck might it be? Lenina blue watched as soon as it was buzzing. Nice. Yeah. So, golden eyes are a particular kind of sea duck. We were talking about these yesterday. And, you never know what the algorithm is going to pick up. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the kind of duck that I saw yesterday in particular is a kind of golden eye called a bufflehead. This is a reminder for anybody who, is not yet clued into Thursday Birds Day. I need to make a command for that. But we're going to have a, we're going to have an ongoing series on this channel where I am encouraging everybody, when you're out and about, see if you can take a photograph of a bird where you are. I took a photograph of this kind of bird yesterday, which I will show you. And go ahead and post it in the Thursday Birds Day Paleontologizing Discord channel. These are the photos that I got yesterday of this female bufflehead. Take notice of the birds around you. And see if you can get a photo of them. And we'll talk about them on Thursdays here on Paleontologizing. Birds themselves, of course, are living dinosaurs. Birds are the only dinosaurs that are still alive today. Birds evolved from small, two-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs. And, yeah, they managed to survive the asteroid impact 66 million years ago. And they're still around. Not only they're still around, they outnumber mammal species like 2 to 1. No, you could call it the age of mammals that we're living in right now, but you should always have that nagging feeling in the back of your head, you know? Is this really the age of mammals? If there are 5,000 species of mammals, but 10,000 species of birds, you know? Call it the age of birds if you like. Because, man, do we have so many birds today. Yeah. But yeah. Are you good with ornithologists? I don't know what you mean, Dr. E. What? I got news for you, Danny. It's the age of ants. 20 million quadrillion ants walking the earth. Yeah, but how many ant species, Dr. E? Are we going by speciosity here, or are we going by raw numbers of individuals? Because, you know, the bacteriologists would have something to say about that. Yeah. Anyway, every age since the Carboniferous might be the insect age. There you go, Godzilla enthusiast. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Then the atomists. There you go, Doctor. Yes. The age of atoms. Since the Big Bang. Anyway, there's my my female bufflehead there. And we talked all about buffleheads yesterday, and so I encourage anybody watching right now, go out for some walks and some hikes. Spend some time in nature. Make a habit of that, you know? It's good for your body and for your soul and for your interaction here on Paleontologizing, too. You can go ahead and post that stuff to the Discord, and I'm sure we've even got some new Thursday Birds Day stuff going on here. Let's see, where's our Thursday Birds Day channel? Because we do have a... Where did that go? I'm pretty sure we have a... Thursday Birds Day, there we go. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Lovely photos of some birds from viewers on the channel here. We'll be talking about these next Thursday. Very excited for that. Cool stuff. Birds are such an accessible part of the natural world. You can go out and you can identify them, you can see them. And they will, I guarantee you, birds will brighten your day. They will help you see the world in a new way. They will give you another reason to get out of bed in the morning. You know? Birds are pretty incredible like that, you know? What did Emily Dickinson write about them? That, what was it? Hope is the thing with feathers? Well, shoot, if that's the case. That means, phylogenetically speaking, Hope is a dinosaur. Because dinosaurs have feathers. There's also a chance that other ornithodyryn archosaurs like pterosaurs also had feathers too. That's still up for debate. So for right now, we'll say that feathers are a dinosaur synapomorphy, but they could go back even further than dinosaurs. We'll talk about that. Yeah. And Glex Witchill got a sub. I'm so glad to hear that. Is there a more proper way to say your name? Let me know, Gleck. But welcome to the channel. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Truckhorn says, Hope is the thing with feathers that perches on the heart and sings the song without words that never stops at all. Because it is a dinosaur. Yes, indeed. Can you name birds? As I have photos but don't know what they are. Oh, Dr. E. Dr. E, you've probably got good photos, because I've used like a DSLR for live streaming, right? You've probably got some excellent photos, Dr. E. You're familiar with... I don't mean to presume here, Dr. E. You've probably heard already of this magnificent app. A phonular application. Called iNaturalist. If you're not yet familiar with that, this goes for everybody here, actually. If you're not yet familiar with iNaturalist, oh boy, are you missing out. This is... If you're not careful, this thing will obsess you. How to use iNaturalist. iNaturalist is really, really cool. Because not only is it a wonderful way to identify living things that you encounter when you're outdoors, or indoors, I guess, depending on how wild the interior of your living space is. If you find an ant or a cockroach, anything in your house, a spider, this can help identify what species it is. Not only can it help you identify that, so there's some personal gratification there, but also all of this data is fed into a database, and actual researchers will use those data in studies on occasion, which is really, really cool. So in a certain way, it's like you're contributing to citizen science. Take a look.
Okay, so you've installed the iNaturalist app and created an account. Time to get outside and record your first observation. Here's how to do it. Any living thing, like a plant, animal, or fungus, can be an observation on iNaturalist.
Yep.
Once you find something you'd like to record, just tap Observe and take a photo. You can review your picture, then hit Next if it looks good. To identify it, hit What did you see? If you have an internet connection...
And so this, I don't feel like this is really selling it properly. Holy cow, is this really cool. So, first of all, you take a photograph of it. If you see some lichen right here growing on a tree, you can take a picture of that. And then there are so many pictures that are already logged in there. I guess they might also have like some sort of an AI or something like that that is trained on observations that were taken by trained naturalists who are good at identifying these things. So usually the AI can kind of pick out what kind of a living thing it is. And it can usually narrow it down all the way to the species level. But sometimes it can't, and if it can't, then it actually once you log the observation there, other people in the community will take a look at it. They will use their expertise, and they'll tell you what they think this thing is, until you eventually narrow it down to a species level. You know, the better a photograph you take, the easier it is to get. If it's super blurry, if it's far away, it might be more difficult. But generally, this is pretty extraordinary. It's really, really good at identifying things just automatically. And if it can't get that, you have other human beings who are very passionate about species identification. They'll try and identify it for you. It's really, really cool.
You can review your picture, then hit Next if it looks good.
Yeah.
To identify it, hit What did you see? If you have an internet connection, iNaturalist will suggest 10 visually similar species and often a common ancestor. You can choose one of those or search for a species name.
Very cool.
On this observation details screen, you can add more photos of the same organism or write a note. The date, time, and location have been automatically added. You can also change the geoprivacy of the observation, mark whether it's captive or cultivated, or add it to a project.
Very cool.
Once you're finished, just hit Share, and your observation will be uploaded for everyone to see and identify. That's
very neat.
Keep on exploring and sharing.
Really, really cool stuff. iNaturalist is such a cool project. It's really, really neat, and oh man, I should have brought this up at the very beginning of 2023. This would be like a wonderful New Year's resolution for people to try and log one new species every day, maybe. It's actually been a while since I've logged a new species. I need to get back onto it. Let me try and log in here. With Google. I think it was this one. Allow. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So I've got a lot of observations here logged on my iNaturalist account. There we go. See, there's a lot here in California. I've got some in Utah, some in Wyoming, some in Idaho, some in Montana. I've got one from way up there in near Rudyard, Montana. That is a research grade observation. This is being held in the hands of sauropod researcher Kerry Woodruff. Just got his PhD, not working on sauropods, working on pachycephalosaurs. But yeah, anywho, here's me on here. And, yeah, iNaturalist, there's, I guess, kind of like a social media aspect to it as well. But I can try and show you some of the critters that I logged this past summer, perhaps? Like maybe this one? Yeah. A cicada killer wasp. Very cool. I think it said it landed on somebody's tent. This is when I was out in the field. Really, really cool. Yeah. Anyway, iNaturalist is such a cool application. And if any of you watching right now, and I mean that, like, heed my words here. If any of you are watching this broadcast right now, and you would like to spend more time outdoors, you would like to become more attuned to the living things that share your surroundings with you, if you want to know who your animal neighbors, your plant neighbors, your fungi neighbors, and every other living thing in that area, you want to know who they are, their natural history, what they're all about, this is a wonderful step in that direction. Get yourself the iNaturalist app. This is not sponsored or anything. Not making any money from this. And sure, the app has its problems and stuff. It's buggy sometimes. It's kind of aggravating. Man, does it bring me joy. And apparently, there are scientists who actually use these data in their research. Which is really cool. So yeah, you've just downloaded it? Awesome! Badman Dex, that's awesome. Yeah. Can you set up your own community on it? Would be cool to be able to see ones from your that is a... Dr. E, that's a fantastic idea. I'm gonna have to look into that. Let me make a note of this, actually. Yeah. Can you make groups on iNaturalist? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's a brilliant idea, Dr. E. Holy cow. That's lovely. I would not have thought of that myself. Yeah. Trappy says it was probably somewhere between a heron and a gharial. How you doing, Trappy? It's good to see you. Yeah. And Silver Red Fox Gaming says, can I ask you a question about Spinosaurus? Is it aquatic or semi-aquatic? Probably more semi-aquatic. Spinosaurus and the other Spinosaurids whom I work on, they don't seem to be well adapted for, like, pursuit predation. These are not actively pursuing fish through the water column, chasing after them. Not at all. Here is a baryonyx, which I did. Some of you remember when I sculpted this live on stream. Digital sculpting, and then I 3D printed it. This is one of the dinosaurs that I work on. Baryonyx. This weekend, actually. This evening through Sunday. I'm going to be working on the manuscript for this. I got to get that published soon. It's been too long. But these are fish-eating dinosaurs. And I and a co-author trying to figure out how they would have caught fish. How we can test these ideas empirically. Using the data that we have. It's a challenge, you know? Like everything in dinosaur paleontology. It's a wonderful challenge. But we've got some pretty cool insights, I think. And I gotta get this thing published soon. So yeah. And I joined a live meetup event through iNaturalist. I'm sure it was hosted by a local group on the site. Very cool, Layer T. I had to look into that. There's gonna be some here in the Bay Area. Yeah. An ambush predator fisher like a large heron? Masking, actually, that's an interesting idea. Herons are one of the animals that we looked at in this study. And it turns out herons, not a good match for Spinosaurs. Because of a number of different things. We'll be talking about this in depth once I have the paper submitted for publication, once it's in review, when it's, as we say, in press, then I can start talking about it. because I can be confident that we won't get scooped. But, yeah. Herons. Herons are not where it's at. Which is interesting. Gimpleg says, I love the current papers on assumed animal behavior through empirical evidence. Gimpleg, that's my wheelhouse. That's what I do, Gimpleg. Expect some more papers about that in the near future. Yeah. Ashgirl wants to know, did pterosaurs have feathers? Ashgirl, that is a matter of debate right now. Did pterosaurs actually have feathers? We know pterosaurs, the flying reptiles. Yeah, pterosaurs. We know these guys had some kind of weird filamentous, almost a hair-like covering over their bodies. There we go, like on this guy. But did pterosaurs have feathers, though? It's a good question. Thank you, Serious Fang, for that follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Pterosaurs feathers. Here we go, from New Scientist. A stunning fossil shows pterosaurs had primitive feathers like dinosaurs. This is still a matter of debate. We know they had some kind of fuzzy covering like this. We have the fossils of some sort of fuzzy filament on pterosaurs. Whether it is the same kind of fuzzy filament that we see in dinosaurs like Sinosauropteryx, this critter here, you know, it's a good question. We're not entirely sure if the same kind of fuzz that we see in dinosaurs like Sinosauropteryx is the same kind of fuzz that we see in pterosaurs. And what do I mean when I say the same? What I mean is that it is what we call homologous. And let me see if I can show you what that term means. Homology versus convergence. Before we do that, let's change our streaming category here from, here, hang on a second. If you look at, you know, here on Twitch, streaming in the science and technology category right now, which seems to have really kind of dropped in viewership lately. We're at the top of the pack right here with 166 viewers, which is cool. It's an honor to be a big fish in a small pond like this, but it's at times like this that we got to think about maybe changing to a different category so we can be a small fish in a larger pond. So let's move to just chatting, let's say. The whole point of these broadcasts, you know, is to help get people interested in science, to reach new people, to grow this community, to try and get the idea out there that science is incredibly interesting, and science is a way of learning new things about the universe. It should be open to everyone, you know? Anybody with curiosity and drive should be able to contribute to science. And science is for everyone, even if you don't necessarily think that science is interesting. You know, I hope to convince you otherwise. I hope to convince you that some of the coolest discoveries that we can make here in the 21st century fall under the realm of science. Whether they're fossil discoveries, discoveries about modern living things, discoveries about geology, astronomy, physics, whatever. I mean, Science really is like one of the loftiest, most exciting, most intrepid pursuits that we can engage in as human beings, you know? Science is not some dusty old textbook, you know, on a bookshelf. Science is a process. It's an adventure. And I want to get that idea across. And so sometimes we don't stream in science and technology. Sometimes we try and branch out a little bit. We'll see if we can bring some new people in. Try and further this message. It's a mission of science outreach. Ash Girl. Thank you. Began the Dinosaur dynasty. Thank you, Ash Girl, for those 5 gift subs. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Yeah, Freddy the Wonder Lizard is back too. How long has it been since I've seen your name gracing my chat, Freddy the Wonder Lizard? Welcome, welcome. It's great to see you here. Silver Red Fox Gaming says science rules. It does. Yes. But yeah. Yeah. Who else have we got? Planetary Pan. How are you doing, Planetary Pan? Hello to you. I feel like it's been a while. Been a long time since I've seen you, Planetary Pan. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to see you back. That's excellent. Ash Girl, thank you so much. By the way, let me give you a proper thank you for those 5 gift subs. You and the anonymous gifter here, who's just gifted 5 gift subs,
Anonymous
you together
change things with those 5 gift subs.
You have changed things, indeed. Thank you, thank you. Anonymous gifter, you are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you. And Ash Girl, thank you for the 5 gift subs too, both of you. 5 gift subs each. There are now 10 people who will not have to watch any ads here on this channel for the next 30 days. So thank you for that. They can have an uninterrupted viewing experience here and ask all the questions they want without any fear of their answers being obscured by advertisements. Thanks to you, so I appreciate that. And they'll get all those ads like these and these and these and these and these for the next month. And, you know, these too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So thank you, Ash Girl, and thank you, Anonymous Gifter. We have now exceeded our sub goal for the day. Extraordinary. Thank you for the support. I could not do this without your generosity, so thank you for that. Brilliant. Seriously. I really appreciate it. So thank you very much for that. Holy cow. Yeah. Does this mean we get ukulele time? Well, that's not a level 5 hype train, Ashara Del, but you know what? We might be able to change the rules around that. Let me think about that. The rules around hype trains seem to have, like, changed recently. We don't get them nearly as often as we used to, a level 5 hype train. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm also working on some new ukulele songs, so we'll see about that, too. But yeah. Yeah. And thank you for that support, Ash Girl. Enjoy ad-free. Thanks to you, Ash Girl. I really appreciate you. I feel like I was leading up to something here with that little rant there, and I've completely forgotten what it might be. Yeah, shoot. But it... Oh, man. It is such a privilege to be able to talk about science with all of you, and I count my lucky stars every day. Seriously. Yeah. Freddy the Wonder Lizard says, I love the Montana stories. Well, you're gonna have a lot more Utah stories too, Freddy the Wonder Lizard. As I continue to work in Utah. And Wyoming this year too, it looks like. I gotta talk to one of my colleagues about that, about Wyoming fieldwork. And we do have a hype train going here. Lenina has gifted a sub to Plockman's Mustard. Lenina, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Yeah. And Helix Fossil, I appreciate you. Thank you. So, yeah. Yeah. And nepotism, says Claire Burr. It's nepotism. Yeah. Happens to the best of us, Claire.
Thank you very much for the 100
Yeah.
bits.
Thank you, Dismodus, for those 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy. Where were we? And uh-oh. I seem to be frozen here. I hope I'm not frozen for everybody else right now. But look at this dingus. He's... Oh, no, wait, no, hang on. Now he's moving now. Okay. I think we're all good. I was afraid of that for a second. Just muted? Don't say that, Dr. Electro. Oh, boy. Anyway, before I get distracted by something else, which is, at this point, an inevitability, let me talk about what's going on next week.
With sincere appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Thank you, Wombat Hole, for those 100 bits. Appreciate you, Wombat. Thank you. Now, here is our rather paltry schedule for January 2023. I'm sure we'll be doing some fossil news on Monday, our next stream. But after that, we've got a big event here. And I want everybody here to know about this because it's going to be exciting. And if this sounds interesting to you, I don't want you to miss it. We're going to be building a life-size baby Triceratops skeleton on Tuesday. I just got done 3D printing the different components this week. This is our beautiful life-size baby Triceratops skeleton. We'll be going right up here on top of our bookcase on Tuesday. Well, we're going to be assembling her on Tuesday. Very excited about that. And here I have an entire box, plus a tortilla bag full of Triceratops elements. The skull parts are in here.
Fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Bat Medler. Thank you.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Thank you, Bat Medler, for those gift subs. I really appreciate that.
Bet_Meddler just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, Bat Medler. I appreciate your support more than you know. Thank you for putting food on my table. Appreciate you. Yeah. There's now 5 folks who get the emotes and won't have to watch ads thanks to you, Bat Medler. So thank you. And this, here on Paleontologizing, of course, as a paleontologist, I only use the most highbrow and specialized and expensive pieces of scientific equipment, of course. Like a tortilla bag that I've reused after I ate all the tortillas. Here we have various components of our Triceratops skull. Here's part of the, let's see, parietals, squamosals. This is one of these squamosals. See that beautiful fringing along there? All these episquamosals there. That's this part of the frill. Oop. Wow, there we go. Open image in new tab. There we go. This part of the frill right here. See my cursor moving around? That's this right here. See that fringe right there with these episquamosals, these little triangular spiky bones? Yeah. Anyway, the whole skull is contained within here. We'll be assembling that on Tuesday. Hopefully we can do the whole skeleton. I'm gonna try my best to clear away all the supports and everything. Here we've got the sacrum. These are the vertebrae within the hips. In ceratopsians, it forms kind of a, well, yeah, almost like a solid mass like that. We'll be talking about all of these different aspects of Triceratops anatomy. Thank you for the support, Ash Girl. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for of course, Ash Girl. Shoot. Every time I buy tortillas and eat them, I save those bags, and I make sure they get reused at least twice, if not 3 or more times. So yeah, Ash Girl. I'm big on reducing, first of all, and reusing, and recycling where feasible. Recycling ain't what it used to be, though, so it's reducing and reusing that are really, you know, those are the big two nowadays. So yeah. And would I say that it's about 1.5 meters, says Golganek there? This is supposed to be about 115 centimeters long from the tip of the rostrum to the end of the caudal vertebrae, which is about 1.15 meters. An anonymous gifter. Anonymous gifter, you are once again as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate that from you. And Jody Fish.
Anonymous really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Those got spun around somehow. Jody Fish and Anonymous Gifter. Thank you so much for that combined 10 gift subs. 5 from Jody Fish, 5 from Anonymous. Touched. Thank you. Holy moly. What are we at right now for our hype train? Are we anywhere close to a level 5? Because if so, I'll owe everybody some ukulele music. We are 40% of the way to a level 5, so says Golganek. Although Claire Burr says we are in 5. Which one is that? On the way to a level 5, says Lenina. Okay, cool. Very nice. Well, if we manage to get to that full level 5, I will play you some ukulele songs about science. Maybe that's a threat, or maybe that's an enticement. It's up to you to decide which it is. And I guess we will see which it turns out to be in maybe an enticement. Gargoware?
Gargoware is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Gargoware, holy moly. Thank you so much. I am flabbergasted. My goodness. We've got less than 3 minutes left now, but we're 85% of the way to a level 5. Well, let's see. My goodness. So close. So close. 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
It can make a big difference. Thank you, Moonrise Rabbit. And I think it made the difference. We have made it to a level 5 there. Thank you, Moonrise Rabbit. Thank you. Holy cow. Had to have the uke, says Moonrise Rabbit. Appreciate you. Oh my goodness. That is extraordinary. And I'll let the hype train run out before we do any ukulele here. But know that you've got ukulele locked and loaded. That is there in the chamber. And I guess we could have more songs if we get to a level 6, but I'm not one to get greedy. You know me, Chad. Yeah. I'm taken aback. I am so incredibly lucky to have you wonderful folks here in this community supporting me.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Calipo 37 Rave Dance Bugglejeev Burbs Goot ADO Burbs Dance Calipo
Thank you, Sibeliusaurus, for the 11 months of support. And this is a delicate system here, Executive Storm. You can't just put 10 gift subs into it like that. I'm gonna back away slowly right here. This is highly unstable. Oh shoot. Take cover.
Tradoon. Executive Storm is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Executive Storm. Thank you, Executive Storm. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I don't even know what to say. Holy cow. We need another Dinamu. I'm sure that one's fine, Lenina. It'll reconstitute. It always does. Yeah. Dinamus, they're tough birds, you know? Yeah. Holy cow. Is that extraordinary. Thank you so much. Holy moly.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Yeah, it can. Thank you, Planetary Pan, for those 1,000 bits. That is, it's pretty extraordinary. Thank you for that. I don't even know what to say. My goodness. 91% of the way to a level 6 hype train? How is such a thing even possible? Level 6. You know, I've been around long enough to remember when level 5 was the absolute zenith. And no one on Twitch could exceed it. Shoot, yeah. We've nearly doubled the sub goal today, Jody Fish. Let's take a look. 67 out of 35 gift subs? What kind of a crazy fraction is that? 67 35ths? That's a lot. That's definitely greater than 1. Almost greater than 2.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way.
And Planetary Pan.
Here
Thank you. We've got like 20 seconds left. Can we get to a level 6? We'll see.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Badman Dex and Planetary Pan. 10 seconds left at 99%. 7,
With sincere
6.
appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Coma. My goodness. Moonrise Rabbit, 300 bits. Travel the world with a gift sub there.
Kalma 94 gifted Kalma 94 a subscription.
Oh my goodness. Travel the world, thank you so much. Travel, were you here by the way when I
Gifted a tier 1 sub to blast_3D.
Travel, were you here when I opened these? Thank you so much, Travel. I want to thank you firsthand for your support there. Maybe you were away. You were there. Okay, good. Good. Thank you, Travel. Well, that's a level 6 hype train there, folks. Holy moly. Or level 5, whatever it was. We got a level 5. It's time for some ukulele here. Let's give the people what they have earned. Thank you, everybody, for your incredible support. I really appreciate that. I don't think we've done ukulele all week. Let's take out the old uke. Make sure she's tuned. Let's see here. And my tuner has fallen off. I think that can be easily remedied, though. Here we go. Let's just pop that back on. Oh, shoot. It looks like there's like an actual physical break there. That's interesting. Well, it still works. Let's see. Let's make sure she's still in tune. A little bit flat, but nothing we can't fix. There we go. Yeah. All right. Now, this is what we normally do here on this channel. If we get a level 5 hype train, that's quite the achievement. So here's a quick little thank you to everybody who has contributed. We're going to play some ukulele songs. And let me remember, we are going to change our category here to La Musica. And let's see, music tag. I don't think there's an ukulele tag yet, so let's just try acoustic. Yeah, and I'm going to play you some songs about science real quick. Let's start off with a warm-up song. This one's called The Dinosaur March. Not the dinosaur January. Not the dinosaur February. The Dinosaur March. This one's kind of a classic. Many of you know this already. This is my students' very favorite song the last year I was teaching full-time. And you'll probably recognize where this song comes from. Yeah, the dinosaurified version of it, I actually learned from the music teacher at the school I used to teach at. But it didn't quite meet my standards. I had to make some modifications to it. See if you can pick out which modifications those are. They should be easy to spot, honestly. It goes like this. You ready? Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more, except for birds. Because as we all know, birds are themselves living dinosaurs as the descendants of feathered, meat-eating theropod dinosaurs. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went extinct. There was a small group that survived the asteroid impact. And today they number over 10,000 species, like double the number of mammal species on Earth. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So that's, the first verse and the chorus. And when I first learned this song, there was no second verse, so I had to write my own. Figured it wasn't long enough, so here comes the second verse. You ready? We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly turn to stone. We dig them up and we clean them, and we raise them off the floor to build a dinosaur, Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. There you go. That's the Dinosaur March. Let's do I'm a Paleontologist next. This is a song that has also become kind of an anthem for this channel. And this is not an original. This is by the band They Might Be Giants off one of their kids' albums, the Here Comes Science album. I like singing this song because, well, shoot, when I sing this song, you know, in a funny way, it's true, you know? Goes like this. I love digging in the dirt, just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I seek, they're rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jaws, Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet? It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who wanna see them are lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. That's I'm a Paleontologist. And now for our last one, why don't we do a classic song here? How about some Jolene? Some of you are already familiar with this song. Many of you will be, actually, because it is indeed a classic. But I've made some modifications to make it a little bit more relevant to any scientists out there watching right now. Many of you probably know that, well, scientists, as a general rule, especially in the modern day, in the year 2023, scientists tend to be overworked, underpaid. Academia is such a despicable rat race that, I don't know, it leaves us competing for the same meager resources, applying for the same grants.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Hello,
It's
my
not the
old
dinosaur's
friend.
fault, though,
I have a
Liam.
question.
We'll get to your question after the song. Is that okay, Liam? Yeah. Anyway, this song is dedicated to all of the overworked and underpaid researchers out there. It's called Jolene. It goes like this. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it even though you can. Your research is impressive stuff, and surely it is good enough for tenure. You don't need the funds, Jolene. Your papers are exemplary, Citations, you got so much more than me, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Oh, please don't take it just because you can. And I could easily understand how you could easily take my grant, but you don't know what it means to me, Jolene. And you could have your choice of dough, but I could never get funds on so short notice. You're my only hope, Jolene. I had to have this talk with you. My research goals depend on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Thank you, everybody watching. And I know I say this a lot, but thank you for helping me feel much more like Jolene than like the singer of that song. Through your incredible support. I appreciate that more than you know. So thank you. It is such a remarkable privilege to be able to conduct my own research, fieldwork, travel, and outreach like this without having to apply for grants. Get tied up in that whole rat race. Oh, so thank you, contributors, supporters. I would not be here without you. And I want you to know how deeply, deeply grateful I am to be able to do this 5 days a week. Couldn't do it without you, so thank you for that. I know we were a little bit light on support over the past 2 or 3 days. We seem to have made up for it now. So thank you, everybody who contributed. I really appreciate you. I really, really do. So yeah. What if she returns your song with a Danny Boy parody? I would love to see that, Lilith Hobo, and hear that. Yes, indeed. Yeah. But yeah. Liam says, my question was, how much do you appreciate the alternate view of Graham Hancock? This is a joke, Liam. What? Yeah. Liam, talk to some archaeologists about that, you know? Like, TV personalities who have got wild, crowd-pleasing ideas that don't actually conform with the evidence. Be wary of those. Don't be fooled, you know? That's my take on that. Talk to some actual archaeologists, you know? Twitter's a good place to start, actually. You can interact with, you know, real scientists there. Yeah. Badman Dex says, anyone respects fossils, as in dinosaurs, as much as you is worth the investment, especially when you do it live without... Oh, thank you, Badman Dex. I appreciate your support. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, this is true, Lenina. Yeah, I don't know anything about archaeology. But the thing is, being enmeshed in a scientific discipline like this, you know, you start to develop kind of a well-honed BS detector. We'll put it that way. A family-friendly channel. And you start to learn what actually goes into scientific discovery. And it gets much easier to spot a charlatan. You know, somebody like Graham Hancock, who's, you know, way out there on the fringes, without any strong evidence to support his extraordinary claims. So yeah. You know, Graham Hancock might be kind of the archaeological equivalent to this idea. Oh, boy. Yeah. The New Science of Dinosaurs by Brian J. Ford. Too big to walk. So, this is a book that, unfortunately, has made its way into, like, bookstores all over the world, despite being complete and total nonsense. So there's... The idea here is that dinosaurs were too large to be able to support their body weight on land, and that they had to live in water, which we've got countless lines of evidence that all show that this is complete and total nonsense. Footprint evidence, biomechanical evidence, like behavioral evidence, morphological evidence. Anyway, this is like, I don't know, to try and kind of draw an analogy here. This is like the Graham Hancock of paleontology here, where like an outsider who doesn't actually do work in the field but has these really weird out there ideas and publishes them and gets popular attention for their ideas despite them not actually holding any merit at all, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And don't forget to stream, thank you, stream category. Thank you, Fedora. Let's do that real quick. Let's change that back to, let's see, let's change that to just chatting. There you go. Yeah. Thank you, Fedorasaur. Appreciate you. Yeah. And, sounds like a paper you reviewed earlier this week. Oh no, science streams. Yeah. Oh boy. It's funny, she actually took to Twitter and was like, yeah, maybe we'll get into that in a second. But first, let's see. Yeah. If anybody, like, Liam, if you're, you know, interested in this kind of thing, yeah. We've got a lot of people, archaeologists, graduate students, people who are involved in archaeology, you know, kind of looking into the whole Graham Hancock thing. I know that it's a very flashy Netflix documentary. I know that it's very exciting and, like, high production value and everything, but the science in it is absolute family-friendly channel. It's absolute dog water. Just the garbage. Just compost. It's the fetid liquid that collects at the bottom of a garbage can, you know? So yeah. So there you go, Liam. Yeah. Yeah, don't be fooled by that kind of thing. You're too smart for that, Liam. Yeah. That's why I asked you to tell the truth. I appreciate that, Liam. And also, we have... Don't just ask me. That's the thing. Ask other archaeologists. Or, I'm a paleontologist, but ask archaeologists. Ask Melissa in Denial. Can we get a shout-out for Melissa real quick? She is an Egyptologist. So she actually studies ancient Egypt. She is... Unlike me, I study fossils, I'm a paleontologist. She is actually there in, studying archaeology, studying human artifacts, the remnants of human civilizations. Much more recent than the stuff that I study. I study fossils, much older than that. Tens of millions of years older than that. So check out Melissa in Denial. Follow her here on Twitch. She does really good stuff. And we've got some other archaeologists. I believe we actually have some archaeologists here in chat as well. Clockwork Griffin and yeah, and Maddie Holmes. You've got an anthropology background, right, Maddie Holmes? Or you're an archaeologist? There you go. Yeah, Maddie Holmes can tell you a thing or two as well. Yeah, Maddie Holmes, back me up here. Or you know, give me your... I'm not gonna say it like that, like I'm setting it up. Maddie Holmes, give me your honest appraisal of the whole, like, Graham Hancock, like, oh, Atlanteans Atlantis and advanced civilizations during the Pleistocene and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. An archaeology undergraduate, forensic genetics and anthropology, and master's. Very cool, Matty Holmes. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, what's your take on the whole Graham Hancock thing? As concisely as possible. Just... Oh, boy. Yeah. Anyway, and hello to you too, Roland Elliart. How are you doing, Roland? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. And what were we gonna talk about before this? Shoot, I got distracted. Ugh, too big to walk. Oh, we were gonna talk about this. Yeah. Blint, are you still here? Science Streams? Yeah, so Tom Holtz, dinosaur paleontologist, did a long thread on that recent paper about neuron count in Tyrannosaurus and other dinosaurs like that. Excuse me. Where did that go? Let's see. There is a really cool thread about this. We went over this the other day. But there were actually some responses here on Twitter by the author of that paper. And I'll see if I can find those, actually.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Thank you, Pseudonoms, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah. Let's see. Well, yeah. So here was the author of that study, Blint, responding to Tom Holtz here on Twitter. And extraordinary claims are those not supported by evidence? That's not what that phrase means. What? And we don't have any evidence that Tyrannosaurus was sexually mature at age 5. Tyrannosaurus would look... would look just a little bit bigger than this at age 5. Like, this animal, it's going from an egg this big to an animal 40 feet long. To go from this big to sexual maturity, like, in less than 5 years that is a very extraordinary claim, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That's not... Oh, boy. Maybe she's not familiar with that phrase. It could very well be that English is not her first language, and... Yeah, But anyway. Yeah... Anywho, yeah. Twitter is going down. Yeah, Twitter does seem to be in a steep decline, Miss Yvette. I wonder how long this platform is still going to be around, because holy cow. As much as I love that platform, as dumb as it is, and as much as it brightens my day, sometimes it, sometimes actually a, sometimes Twitter is more of, well, shoot, sometimes it's more like this. Yeah. And Blint says, I can't imagine Twitter is going anywhere. Revenue is actually up. Really? That's not what I heard. I heard revenue is way, way down. Science streams, because they lost almost all their major advertisers. And also, there was a while when I was seeing ads all over the place on Twitter. I've not seen a single ad in, like, more than a week. I really do think we could be seeing the end of Twitter within, like, a couple of years. All you see are ads? Well, there is a thing where I went through and I blocked just about every ad, because all of a sudden, there was a thing when that knucklehead bought Twitter and decided to just completely try and destroy it. He didn't try and destroy it, but that's what he ended up doing, because he's a knucklehead. There are all of these ads that I started getting for, like, completely random things, stuff that you would never get ads for in a system that actually made sense. I've been on Twitter for a long time. They should have data on who I am and, like, what I'm interested in. I was getting all kinds of ads that are just, like, completely anathema. Like, I would never in a million years spend money on any of these things. And so I just started, like, blocking all of them one by one. I'm like, block this user, mute this, mute that. And I haven't seen an ad in, like, 2 weeks now. So maybe that's part of it? But yeah. Anyway. But yeah, anywho. Danny unblocked ad-free Twitter. There you go, Sciencers. Maybe. Maybe I have manual ad blocker on Science streams. But yeah. Yeah. And Liam says, the argument from Hancock and the likes is carbon dating cannot deal with stone. It's an old creationist argument, Liam. Yeah. Stone is the basis of the Sphinx, and there are signs of water erosion not seen for 9,000 years. I mean, talk to an archaeologist about that, Liam. That's the thing. I'm not an archaeologist. But, I don't know. Basically, if you're going to believe the claims of Graham Hancock, it's essentially like believing in a conspiracy theory. You basically, in order to accept his claims, you have to accept the idea that archaeologists all over the world, all of them in unison, are either lying to cover something up, or they're just all stupid and wrong about this. So you kind of got to decide, are they lying or are they stupid? I don't think it's either. I think Graham Hancock is wrong about this. And that's why nobody agrees with him on this stuff. You know? Again, it's like creationists. Sometimes I think that, like, some of the greatest scientists are people... the greatest scientists of our modern age are people who grew up, like, in a... like, creationist milieu, and then they started to slowly pick that apart and go, wait, this isn't right. That's not right. And this thing that I was told back when I was a kid is wrong or a lie, and, like, all this stuff is nonsense. It develops a kind of, like, critical thinking. It's like a trial by fire there, you know? You have your scientific mind forged in the fires of pseudoscience. By the pseudoscience being obliterated and destroyed, and that's what forges your scientific thinking. You know, sometimes I wonder if some of the greatest scientists of the 21st century will be people who grew up in very, like, anti-science kind of environments. We'll see. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, and BXpone, I think I missed your earlier comments. I'm sorry. BXpone says, I had a creationist tell me all of evolution is fake because we have zero transitional fossils. Zero. When I provided a list, they said that anyone can make a fake list. Well, BXpones, sounds like you did your best there, and, you know, that's the thing, is that, like, you can only get so far arguing with creationists, because the thing is, they didn't arrive at their positions through reality and through facts and evidence. And so trying to convince them with facts and evidence my experience, doesn't work. You know? They've got an entirely different set of rules that they're working with. You know? Rules that they can change and alter at any time. You know, they're not playing by the rules of science. So the exponents, don't feel bad that you weren't able to convince them, because that's... If they're not willing to be convinced, they won't be convinced. Because again, they're not working with facts or evidence, you know? They've got a preconceived notion there. And that's what they're gonna stick to, you know? So yeah. I mean, it's really funny, because we've got, just in the last couple months, we've got a brand new transitional tyrannosaur, Daspletosaurus wilsoni, published by my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, and by Elias Warshaw, first author on the paper, up-and-coming dinosaur paleontologist. Daspletosaurus wilsoni is named after my old roommate, Jack Wilson. And this is really, really cool because... yeah, we actually have evidence for anagenesis, linear evolution, in this dinosaur. Really, really cool. We can now see that many of these species are actually very finely separated in time from each other, forming consecutive ladder-like steps in a single evolutionary lineage, where one ancestral species evolves directly into a descendant species. Basically, through careful study of these fossils, we can watch one species of dinosaur evolve into another that lived just after it. The morphology lines up, the stratigraphy lines up, so like the shapes, these animals' bones, what they looked like, is consistent with change. And that lines up with the rock layers too, where these tyrannosaurs that we have slightly above these ones are slightly different. Evolutionary change that we can actually observe in the rock record. Really, really cool stuff. So yeah, we're gonna see more and more of this, I think, in the coming years. Call it, and here's a pun here. Ready for a pun, everybody? For those of you familiar with the, these creationist things, call it answers in anagenesis. I'm gonna use that as the title for a paper or a conference abstract or something. Mark my words, answers in anagenesis. But yeah. Anywho. Really cool stuff. And, and shoot, I missed that. Thank you, Lenina. Lord Corbias, I'm sorry I missed your message. Sometimes chat gets pretty lively, and I'm not always the best at catching things. But thank you, Lord Corbias. Lord Corbias says, my 12-year-old has a question for you. Oh, I'm ready for it. Are woolly mammoths an area of study for paleontology? They are, yes! How do you feel about the reports of scientists wanting to attempt at cloning them? Ah, excellent question there. To the very clever 12-year-old watching right now, that's a brilliant question. I'm so glad you asked it. Thank you, Lord Kerbias, for posting that question in the chat. And thank you, Lenina and Claire Burr, for trying to get my attention with that question. Let's talk about that for a little while, shall we? Yeah. And I think this might talk about it a little bit. Yeah. So there is a, I guess, a business venture. They call themselves Colossal. And they're working on this. And this is from a year ago. We'll maybe take a look at this. Seeker. Hopefully this is okay. Yes, mammoths are within the realm of paleontology. So yeah, paleontologists do study mammoths. Some of them do. Paleontology is just the study of fossils. If you have an organism, a living thing that lived and died a long time ago and left fossils for us, not just a dinosaur, but there are plant fossils, there are insect fossils, there are other various invertebrate fossils, huge group, invertebrates, enormous group. Vertebrates like amphibians, mammals, reptiles, birds. All these critters left fossils for us to find, and there are paleontologists who study each and every one of those groups. There are paleontologists who study fossil mushrooms, fossil fungi. If something once lived and left fossils in the rocks for us to find, there's a paleontologist who studies those things. Despite what you'd see here in my office, paleontology is not just dinosaurs. I know there's kind of an archetype that, oh, paleontologists study dinosaurs. It's only a very small fraction of paleontologists who actually study dinosaurs. I happen to be one of them, so I guess maybe I'm not really helping with dispelling that stereotype. But anyway, mammoths 100% fall into paleontology. So let's talk about this real quick. There is an idea to like resurrect woolly mammoths, and here, I'll give you my hot take on it right here, and then we'll get into more detail. But right here at the beginning, I wish these scientists and workers on this project the very best of luck. I really hope they're able to resurrect mammoths. That would be really, really cool. I wish them all the luck in the world. However, that being said, this is not going to be easy. It's really, really not going to be easy for many, many reasons. They're going to need all the luck they can get, because holy cow, is this going to be a difficult project, and I don't think it's going to happen. I really do not think it's going to happen. I really hope I'm wrong about that. I would love to be wrong about this. But if I were a betting man, I would say it's not going to happen. Yeah. And we'll talk about why. Let's get into this right here. Hopefully this video is good. Let's take a look. Yeah.
What if I told you there's a plan to bring woolly mammoths back to Siberia? Wild, right? And if resurrecting a 6-ton creature that's been extinct for about 4,000 years isn't crazy enough, wait till you hear this. They're hoping to enlist these shaggy creatures to help us solve a mammoth-sized problem.
Yep.
But before we get to that particular issue, we've got to rewind about 20,000 years ago. Let's set the scene. It was a time when giant woolly mammoths roamed the grasslands in northern Siberia. During this time, much of the water on the planet was busy being ice, which made the rest of the northern hemisphere a dry grassland ecosystem that was sort of like a cold weather version of the African savanna. It's known as the mammoth steppe, and the abundant grassland was perfect for large grazing herbivores like bison, oxen, reindeer, and of course, the woolly mammoth.
Sure.
Mammoths were great ecosystem engineers. They knocked down trees and shrubs, making room for light-colored grasses that reflected more sunlight than the darker trees, keeping ground temperatures cooler. In the winter, they trampled through the snow, exposing the ground to the Arctic chill. By maintaining their grassland home, they also protected a perpetually frozen layer of carbon-rich soil underneath, called permafrost. By the end of the last ice age...
That's not a mammoth there. That's a mastodon. You can tell, but the head is a different shape, the body's a different shape. That's a mastodon right there, not a mammoth. But anyway, let's watch it rematerialize here. This is the mastodon, not a mammoth. They're related to mammoths, but they're not quite mammoths.
By the end of the last ice age, though, most of the mammoths vanished, and the grasses of the steppe did too. We don't know whether to point the finger at humans, climate, or some other cause.
Or
but
both.
What we do know
Probably mostly humans, honestly.
is
But
that
yeah.
the ecosystem changed significantly. Fast forward to today, and the Arctic is warmer and wetter. That poses a serious problem for our climate. The human-induced rise in global temperatures is causing the permafrost to melt. During an almost 20-year period, scientists saw the Arctic permafrost lose approximately 1.7 billion metric tons of carbon each winter. And if it continues to thaw, that carbon-rich soil will decompose, emitting enormous amounts of greenhouse gases, equivalent to burning all the forests on the planet 3 times. By reintroducing thousands of woolly mammoths back to Siberia, scientists hope to restore the grasslands that once protected the permafrost. But to do that, they need to start with one woolly mammoth. And we're all out at the moment, so I guess someone's got to make one. A new company called Colossal is up to the challenge. Leading the team is George Church.
And so, we've talked about this multiple times here. Here's George Church, and he is kind of outside of my ken. Like, I don't really know who this is. I'm outside of these circles. This is not my wheelhouse. But talking to other people who work in genetics, other people who work in organismal biology, like people who work in laboratories rather than mostly working out in the field to collect their specimens like me, talking to people like Lita of Science Streams, she says that if anybody on our planet can tackle this problem, it is George Church. So if it's possible, he'll get it done. The question is it possible? You know? This guy apparently is kind of a powerhouse. He is very well regarded. But is it actually a problem that's surmountable? We'll see.
A key member of the Human Genome Project, who pioneered the genomic sequencing techniques that we use today. The team hopes to use ancient DNA recovered from unearthed mammoths to fight the climate crisis. Only problem is, DNA degrades over time, getting damaged by water, radiation, and exposure to...
And so this is why we don't have dinosaur DNA, by the way. Like dinosaurs from the Mesozoic era, 66 million years ago plus, we don't have any DNA from those animals. Because DNA is very fragile. It's got a very short expiration date, you know? Its sell-by date, you know, is very close to what today's date is, if that makes sense, or whatever the date it was. Anyway, doesn't last very long. DNA degrades very quickly. Even mammoths, which lived, you know, mammoths lived recently enough that human beings encountered them, you know? Human beings actually encountered mammoths and hunted them. Mammoths lived, geologically speaking, they were around like last Thursday, you know? Very, very recently in the grand scheme of things. And even their DNA is degraded. So, yeah. Fill it in with elephant DNA. That's an interesting idea, Ash Girl. And I think they might get to that. Yeah. Liam says, I find island dwarfism fascinating. It is very fascinating, Liam. Yes, absolutely. We might get to that too. But, yeah.
Even the very best samples are missing data, so the DNA can't be used to make an exact clone. So the team turned to the Asian elephant, the mammoth's closest living relative.
And so this is really, really cool because the African and Asian elephant, well, today these animals are each other's closest living relatives. It would help if I'd spell elephant right, huh? Let's try that. Loxodonta africana. Let's jump down to our African elephant down here. This tree of life only shows animals that are around today. It doesn't really show extinct animals. So there's the African elephant, and there's the African forest elephant, and there's the Asian elephant. The cool thing about mammoths is that they actually belong in between here. So like Asian elephants, these guys, were actually more closely related to mammoths than they are to African elephants. So today, a lot of people might have difficulty, you know, if you're in a zoo and you see an elephant, you go, oh, it's an elephant. You're probably not thinking African elephant or Indian elephant. African elephant or Asian elephant. But the thing is, there's actually more space between these guys than there is between Asian elephants and mammoths. An Asian elephant is more closely related to extinct mammoths than it is to the African elephant, or the African forest elephant, too. So we know the closest animal alive today to a mammoth is the Asian elephant right here. This critter. And so if you're going to try and fill in gaps in the DNA, or you're going to try and start with a genetic sequence to figure out what's going on in mammoth DNA, you start with the Asian elephant. That is the closest living relative. So yeah. And Lord Corbias' proud dad moment, my kid asked the best question. Your kids do ask the best questions, absolutely. This is a magnificent question. And I'm so glad that we get to talk about this right now. Yeah. So yeah, there's an Asian elephant right there, like you might see in modern-day India. Let's go back a little bit and continue.
Time, getting damaged by water, radiation, and exposure to air.
And hang on, Joe 3E says, where should mammoths be in this tree? They should be right here. Kind of branching off from the Asian elephant right there. So they should be basically right there. This tree doesn't show extinct animals, really. So, but yeah, mammoths should be right there. Their closest living relative is the Asian elephant. Does that make sense? I hope it does.
Even the very best samples are missing data, so the DNA can't be used to make an exact clone. So the team turned to the Asian elephant, the mammoth's closest living relative. Even though there's a difference of 1.4 million DNA letters between the two species, they still share 99.6% of their genetic makeup. The group selected more than 50 traits that helped mammoths tolerate the cold, like smaller ears and shorter tails to reduce heat loss and frostbite, a thick layer of fat to stay warm, and their signature fur coat. Using CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology,
and so the idea is they'll actually use CRISPR, this gene editing technology, to alter the genome of an Asian elephant in really precise ways. If they can figure out the differences between an Asian elephant's DNA and a mammoth's DNA, well, shoot, if you know all the differences, if you got the instruction manual there, basically, you've got the manual there in your hand. And the idea is you can just kind of use CRISPR-Cas9, CRISPR-Cas9. Oh, it's been a long day, everybody. CRISPR-Cas9, you can use that technology to kind of snip parts out of the Asian elephant DNA and then change those parts to be more like what we think a mammoth would be, and then you could basically turn an Asian elephant into a mammoth. That's the idea.
they're cutting the specific sections of the Asian elephant DNA and copying and pasting the mammoth traits in their place.
Sure.
Next, they'll need to transfer an elephant nucleus with the hybrid DNA into an elephant egg cell, which has never been done before.
Never.
Electrical pulses simulate fertilization, causing the egg to divide and create an embryo. And here's where things get even more interesting. The plan is for the embryo to develop in an artificial womb. This technique was already tested back in 2017 on premature lambs. But building an artificial uterus big enough to house a 200-pound megafetus for its entire 22-month development has yet to be attempted.
So that's the thing, is that, like, some scientists, like myself, who think that this might be a little bit far-fetched, point to the idea that, like, elephants and mammoths have a really, really long gestation period. So the gestation period of an Asian elephant, gestation period is the amount of time that it takes for a fetus to develop in the mother's womb. So, like, between when she first gets pregnant and when she has a baby, that's the gestation period. It's how long it takes the baby to develop. And that's not what I was looking for. Asian elephant gestation period, 18 to 22 months. So a human gestation period, which is really, really long, you know, a human mother, she'll be pregnant for like 9 months before she gives birth. So 9 months between pregnancy and birth. It's a long time. It's more than twice that for an Asian elephant. And so if you're to run these experiments and try and create a baby mammoth in this way, it'll be close to 2 years before you even know whether you've gotten it right. That's a long, long time. And that makes it very difficult. We were talking about this the other day, actually, with model organisms. Do you remember this discussion from just the other day? Was it yesterday? We were talking about zebra finches and model organisms. Why do scientists use model organisms? Remember we were talking about this? Drosophila, and we didn't watch this whole video because it seemed a little boring. Yeah, there we go. Model organisms. We were talking about this. All these different animals and other creatures that are used in laboratories. Things like fruit flies. They breed very quickly. Very short generational times. Mice are another one right there. So mice are used in all kinds of laboratory studies because mice are small, they are easy to care for, they don't require a lot of food, and they have very short generational periods. Like when a baby mouse is born, it's like months or maybe even weeks until it's big enough and mature enough where it can have a babies itself. The gestational period for a mouse is really short, so mouse gestation period. For a house mouse, 20 days. 20 days for a house mouse. Whereas for an Asian elephant, 18 to 22 months. It's much more difficult to work with elephants. Not to mention they're much bigger and more intelligent than mice, and they've got like complex social lives. They're very emotional animals. They mourn their dead. They have, you know, they're basically like people, you know? Elephants, anything that it would be cruel to do to a person, it's also very cruel to do to an elephant, you know? So when you're dealing with these animals in a laboratory setting, there's a lot of considerations there, you know? So yeah. They are people, says Golganek. I mean, you could make that argument, yeah. I mean, shoot. We're not the same species, but they are an elephant, an Asian elephant, or an African elephant, any kind of elephant, mammoths too. They were animals with long memories and lots of experiences, rich and varied emotions. They had friends and enemies, and they would fall in love, and they would, they're like the richness of human experience and thought, like whatever you can think of as a human, there's probably some kind of analogy there for an elephant, you know? And the more we learn about these animals, the more this becomes more and more obvious, you know? These are extraordinary animals. So the idea of like running experiments on them like this, it's a little iffy, you know? So yeah. Stampy, says Brett Mather. There you go, yeah. So, you know, some elephants are really nice and some of them are just jerks, you know? Yeah. 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 Yeah, some elephants are bad people, you know? It's just... It's a thing.
Well, animals are a lot like people, Mrs. Simpson. Some of them act badly because they've had a hard life or have been mistreated. But, like people, some of them are just jerks. Stop that, Mr. Simpson.
you go, you know? Yeah. Anyway, Mayor Space predicted this, yes. Indeed. Yeah. Lenina says bringing back mammoths / mastodons is a really cool idea. But we've got bigger bananas to fry, in my humble opinion. In the present, yes, Lenina. I'll give my full take on that in a minute. But let's continue this video for now, shall we? Let's go back a titch and
The plan is for the embryo to develop in an artificial womb.
And so yeah, this artificial womb thing has never been tried in animals larger than like sheep. An elephant is, for those of you keeping score at home, an elephant is larger than a sheep. So yeah, I really hope they can get this to work. And they kind of had to introduce this aspect because, well, shoot, when you're dealing with animals like elephants, you really can't tie up a bunch of females of an endangered species in your research project and try and get them to birth mammoths when, shoot, they really should be propagating their own species and, like, making more baby Asian elephants so the species of Asian elephants don't go extinct, you know? That's why they kind of had to do the artificial womb idea here. It's the only way that this is really feasible as a project. So there's like so many potential points of failure here. Again, I really hope they can pull this off, because man, would that be incredible. But that's a huge point of failure right there. They would have to be able to figure out the artificial womb thing and get that to work with no significant problems, or else the whole project fails.
More interesting.
Yeah.
The plan is for the embryo to develop in an artificial womb. This technique was already tested back in 2017 on premature lambs. But building an artificial uterus big enough to house a 200-pound megafetus for its entire 22-month development has yet to be attempted. If they're successful, the result will be a mammoth-elephant hybrid that some are calling mammothans or Elamoth. If Colossal's hybrids are going to protect the permafrost, they'll need to get started quickly, but with a timeline of 5 years.
And that's not a, this is a mastodon again, that's not a mammoth. Anyway.
For the birth of the first calf, and at least 14 until the animal.
That's a mammoth right there. So they're showing, they used bad stock footage here. So this is a mastodon, and then on the right is a mammoth.
With a timeline of 5 years for the birth of the first calf, and at least 14 until the animal is old enough to reproduce, these hybrid elephants might not be helping us solve our climate crisis anytime soon.
And actually, we were so distracted by the mastodon versus mammoth here that I wasn't even paying attention to what she was saying. Sorry, narrator. She's doing a great job. Yeah.
These hybrid elephants, and at least 14.
So with the birth of the first calf, so shoot, it's like 18 to 22 months until the first calf is born. The very first one, and you're the first shot, you're not going to get that right. You're going to have multiple tries before you actually get like a viable mammoth fetus and really get it to where you want it. But then after that, you've got to wait 14 years until this animal is mature enough to reproduce before you can have a second generation of mammoths after that. You know, time is not on our side when we're dealing with proboscidean mammals like this.
Until the animal is old enough to reproduce, these hybrid elephants might not be helping us solve our climate crisis anytime soon. In the meantime, the tech can still be used for a bunch of really game-changing research, like improving artificial wombs to help premature infants, helping the endangered elephant become more resilient to disease, and making genetic tweaks to animal organs so they're more suitable for transplants into humans. While this all sounds...
And that is really, really cool, because that's the sort of thing that doesn't really get discussed enough. I remember, shoot, when I was in high school, in English literature class, we read a novel called Frankenstein. And in this novel, you've got a, scientist who decides to try and, you know, stitch together a bunch of corpses and put a brain into them and create this, you know, reanimated corpse. And he pulls it off in the book, and many of you know the story of Frankenstein, all that. But the thing is, the thing that really, really bothered me about this story is that that's not how science progresses. You don't just have a major leap like that, where it's like, holy cow, we've gone from 0 to 1,000. No, there's going to be a bunch of steps along the way, and each one of those is going to be groundbreaking. You know? And in Frankenstein, they never talk about how Victor Frankenstein, you know, he manages to reanimate, you know, dead cells, and then he's able to create like a new kind of suture technique so that blood vessels, you know, can be resutured together or anything like that. There's nothing like this. There would be a million steps in between, you know, 0 and 1,000 there before being able to, like, reanimate a stitched together Frankenstein corpse. You know, and all of those steps are left out. And with the whole, like, mammoth resurrection process, if it ever does happen, which I sincerely hope it does, there's going to be a million in-between steps like that that will advance fields like, you know, the creation of artificial wombs, you know, care for premature human babies, you know, like she was saying, making elephants, living elephants, more resistant to disease, you know, being able to help elephants reproduce faster so that we can keep them from going extinct. Stuff like that. Like, the whole mammoth thing, that is some far-off ideal way off there in the future. But there will be a lot of, like, incremental, interesting changes and developments and improvements that are made along the way. And we're going to see those much, much quicker than we'll ever see a mammoth, if that's ever possible, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. And Andy then says climate change nutters. I know. I mean, yeah. It's like, get with the times. We know that the climate is changing. We've observed it happening. Anybody who's denying it at this point, they might as well be a flat earther, you know? I agree with you, Andy. Yeah. Anyway, putting on the Ritz. There you go, from SSK. From Young Frankenstein, exactly. Yes. So yeah. Yeah. Kind of like the modern version of Gregor Mendel and his pea plants. Indeed, Joe 3, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue here. Yeah.
To disease.
Here, I'm going to rewind a little bit.
Hybrids are going to protect the permafrost. They'll need to get started quickly. But with a timeline of 5 years for the birth of the first calf, and at least 14 until the animal is old enough to reproduce, these hybrid elephants might not be helping us solve our climate crisis anytime soon.
Yeah.
In the meantime, the tech can still be...
I mean, it's going to be decades in the future before this sort of technology is viable. So the idea that this is going to help solve climate change, you know, this is something that's absolutely worth pursuing, but don't look at it as a silver bullet, because that is not what's going to happen. You know? I mean, shoot. This is something that's decades in the future, if it ever happens at all.
Be used for a bunch of really game-changing research.
Lilithobo says, what about the human monkey they made in China? Look into that, Lilithobo, because I think that's probably more hype than it is reality. Scrutinize that a bit. Yeah. Yeah.
In the meantime, the tech can still be used for a bunch of really game-changing research, like improving artificial wombs to help premature infants, helping the endangered elephant become more resilient to disease, and making genetic tweaks to animal organs so they're more suitable for transplants into humans. Yeah. While this all sounds really cool, there are a lot of technical hurdles and ethical questions that remain unanswered.
Oh boy, are there.
Like, should we even bring back an extinct species?
To me, that's a non-starter. Should we even bring back an extinct species? It's probably because of us that they went extinct in the first place, you know? I think There is a big debate right now going on in Pleistocene paleontology, whether humans really were the cause of the extinction of the Pleistocene megafauna. I think, in large part, we probably were. And the evidence, from what I can tell, is a dinosaur guy who does not have a horse in this fight. This is outside my realm of expertise. But from what I can see, it really does appear that the overhunting hypothesis seems to be gaining significant steam. That seems to be overtaking the climate change hypothesis for the extinction of these animals. Anyway, these animals...
We have the Tradoon.
Thank you, Crazy Nut DK.
I think coffee time.
Enjoy your coffee, Crazy Nut DK, and thank you so much for the 15 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, these animals were around for a long time. And they survived all kinds of changes in the climate. Up until right when humans arrived, and then they're gone. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not an expert in this kind of thing, and really, I don't work on Pleistocene megafauna, so who cares what I think? You know, the human overhunting hypothesis seems to make the most sense to me, but let me emphasize very heavily, who cares what I think? I don't work on these things, so my opinion does not matter. I'm not an expert in this, so take that with an enormous grain of salt, you know? I don't work on Pleistocene megafauna. Who cares what I think about this, you know? Anyway. So yeah. So what about bringing back an extinct species? That... it's like... why even... when you're talking about, like... kind of ethereal philosophical considerations like this, it's like, why even talk about it? We're nowhere close to bringing them back right now. Like, this is not even an argument worth having in the present. Let's, like, you know, let's bring ourselves back to reality first before we talk about hypotheticals, you know?
So while we wrestle with these questions,
anyway,
this visionary program can inspire equally ambitious projects that we'll need to tackle the climate crisis in the years to come. And who knows, one day we may see our woolly friends walk the earth again.
I sincerely hope so.
If my notion of artificial wombs piqued your curiosity, check out.
And this is going to be a plug for something. Anyway.
One day we may see our woolly friends walk the earth again.
I sincerely hope we will. Here's my final thoughts on this. This idea of resurrecting mammoths. It is going to be a tremendous challenge, and I am not convinced it's ever going to happen. But I really, really hope that it does. I guess that is kind of part of being a scientist and being a critical thinker, is being able to separate what you want to be true from what actually is true. Or will be true. You know? That recognition of reality is something that, you know, it's kind of a privilege in a weird way. Not everyone has the privilege of being in a position in their life where they can be sober about, you know, what they want to be true and what is true, and seeing that there's potentially a disconnect there. Some people just cannot deal with that, and I understand that, you know? It's probably most people on Earth can't deal with that divide. And I do not mean to be disparaging them. It is such a privilege to be able to be like, oh, let's sit down and think critically about this, and let's stroke our chins, and, you know... So I'm very lucky to be able to be in that position in the first place, you know? But yeah, I really sincerely hope that one day we will have mammoths roaming the earth again. But here's the way that I see it. Right now, We are teetering on the brink of climate collapse. In fact, we may have even gone over that edge. And we're faced with a choice as human beings right now. You know, a fifth of the way through the 21st century. We kind of have a choice. Do we want to have a magnificent, bright and shiny and optimistic Star Trek future? Or do we want to have more of a Mad Max future? The way that I see it, we'll only have mammoths resurrected in a bright and shiny kind of a Star Trek future. You know, if we can do something about the way that we're destroying the climate, put a stop to that. And find a way to provide for the needs of all of us as human beings. Or we can continue on our current path. You know, having profit. You know, quarterly returns ever increasing, always the rich making more and more and more money, to the exclusion of increasingly everybody else. There's a Mad Max future there. Till things just completely collapse. No mammoths in that future, you know? I want to live in the Star Trek future, where we've been able to figure things out, cooperate, be able to protect ourselves and critters like elephants and resurrect animals like mammoths. It's possible. We can absolutely do that. It's just going to take some changes, you know? So anyway, on that note, it's time for me to wrap up today's stream. So let's put a mammal there under our credits. This is Smilodon, who once dined upon mammoths. It's the saber-toothed cat, Smilodon. Our credits should be rising. There we go. There's our credits. Right on cue. And before I bid adieu to you and say I hope you have a good weekend, first of all, don't go away. We're going to go right into another science channel right now. Is Science Streams on yet? Excellent. Yes. We are going to go say hello to Science Streams in just a moment here. Thank you, everybody, for another wonderful stream. I hope you had a good time today. I hope you learned something. I hope maybe I've inspired some kind of curiosity in you. And I hope you'll join me again next week. Monday, I'll be streaming again around 2 p.m. California time, maybe even earlier. I'll be going over some fossil news then. It'll be a lot of fun. But everybody, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for all of your support. We have more than doubled our sub goal for the day. Thank you for that support. And, and we gotta start that raid. Raid Science Streams. There we go. Thank you, moderators, for keeping this train on its tracks. Thank you, chatters, for your excellent questions and your enthusiasm and your support. Thank you, financial supporters, subscribers, and gifters and cheerers. This would not be possible without you, so thank you very, very much for your support there. It means more to me than you know, so thank you very, very much for your generosity there. Anyway, hope you all have a wonderful weekend. I hope to see you on Monday. Well, we'll go say hello to Balint over at Science Streams right now. We'll continue some science over on his channel. And he and his wife Lita are expecting a baby very, very soon, like within the next week, potentially. Let's go show him some support and see how he's doing. All right, thanks again, everybody. See you next week.
No, you said you weren't here, and I said hit it, and I was in this like holding pattern for like 10